Man, you all are noisy this afternoon. Excited to be here. Good afternoon. Again, you guys, are you awake? All right. We're going to call the meeting to order. And this is the July 29th Board of County Commissioner meeting. Welcome. We're glad you all are here today. We're going to get our meeting started today with Senior Pastor Stephen Cummings from the Calvary Chapel Church in Crystal River, and the Pledge of Allegiance is going to be Mr. Hunt. Welcome.
Thank you.
Could we all rise?
Please. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity that it is to come together. Lord, we thank you for government. We thank you that it is you who preside over all of these things. Lord, that it is you who has appointed, and it's you who gives authority. And so, Lord, we come to you right now in recognition of that. Lord, we pray that you would be in control. We pray that all of us here together would be submitted to your authority. And, Lord, that you would oversee. Lord, that you would hear, that you would direct hearts. Lord, that you would give supernaturally wisdom to those who are in control. And we pray for this county. Lord, we thank you that we have a board of commissioners who care about the people of this county, who care about the direction of this county, Lord. And so we pray today that you would be in control. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, that might be the most powerfully led pledge we've ever had. Well done, Commander Hunt.
Twice a month. Can you be here? We need that enthusiasm for the men and women that have served our country. All right. Next on our agenda is the roll call. Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 29th day of July, 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Jana Barrick, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, Assistant County Administrator Mary Silva Rodriguez, and Assistant County Attorney Kimberly Harrison.
That was just the roll call. We'll see if we can get that clarified here in just a minute. Can you hear everything else so far? Yeah. All right. Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda, but we have some additions, additional information, and I believe a pulled item.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to pull my item K1. We'll put that on a future agenda, possibly next meeting. But given that the county attorney is still out under the weather, I think it's important, given that there's significant legal interest there, legal input there. I think it'd be appropriate for us to hold off until she's back in, and we can have her here for the conversation.
I appreciate that. Ms. Marisol, would you lead us in the additional items and the additional information?
I will. We have one additional item, E11, which is the 2025 special elections budget. And then as far as additional information for E5, we have added the estimated population map. We also added a Q&A. For H1, we have a letter of objection added to the backup. For H2, we have another letter of objection added. And H7, the final demonstrated need technical memo was added, and we updated the PowerPoint presentation. And that is all.
All right.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda with the changes as outlined.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. If there's no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve B1.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Meet us down front, please.
With those representing Purple Heart Day, please make your way forward. Whereas the Purple Heart, originally known as the Military Badge of Merit, was established by the General Orders of General George Washington 243 years ago on August 7, 1782, and is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use. And whereas the War Department first adopted the Purple Heart as a combat award on February 22, 1932, exclusively for those members of the armed forces who were killed, died of wounds, or wounded by an enemy instrument of war. And whereas the National Purple Heart Hall of Honors estimates that 1.8 million members of the armed forces of the United States have been awarded the Purple Heart merit. The reverence of the fellow countrymen for their selfless sacrifices in defense of our republic and its cherished freedoms. And whereas the Governor of Florida enacted legislation passed by the Florida legislature in 2012 designated August 7th of each year as Purple Heart Day. And whereas the Citrus County has designated a Purple Heart County in 2015 and is home to 17 designated Purple Heart entities that have pledged their support of the proud legacy of the Purple Heart. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, recognizes the 243rd anniversary of the Purple Heart and its proud legacy by proclaiming August 7, 2025 as Purple Heart Day. Be it further resolved that this Board of County Commissioners invites Citrus County residents to join the board in paying tribute to all Purple Heart recipients for their extraordinary sacrifice and bravery. In testimony whereof, the Board of County Commissioners, Citrus County, Florida, have hereunto subscribed their names and have caused the official seal of Citrus County to be hereunto affixed on this 29th day of July, 2025.
On behalf of the Military Order of the Purple Heart and the Purple Heart recipients of this county, I've got to tell you, this is the best county in the best state of the United States, being the best country in the world. That said, this county truly is all about veterans. And I do challenge you before you leave today to pay attention to the chair right in front of the dais. For our POWs, MIAs, that's just the way it is. They'll never be forgotten. This is tremendous, and it's not just words. It's heartfelt. Thank you for this honor. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Madam Chair, while we're getting reseated, I just want to say that our school district, because our thankfully Purple Heart recipients are going down dramatically as warfare has changed over the decades, we're very grateful to that. Unfortunately, of course, that means a lot of the legacy things of remembering Purple Hearts, those folks are aging out, and I am so grateful to the Citrus County School District, Derek Bittner and company, that they are supporting our Purple Heart organization. So kudos to the school district with all of their youth power behind remembering the service that goes back to the beginning of our nation.
Well
Thank
said,
you.
Commissioner.
And for those standing along the back, there are seats up here if you'd like to come grab a seat. All right, we're going to move on now to presentations. And we're going to start with H1, a public hearing on the proposed Citrus Springs 2025 assessment area, water line extension.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
afternoon.
Bernadine Flood Nichols here on behalf of Ken Cheek today. This assessment is the 2025 Citrus Springs water line extension. It's for water extensions that have been completed last year up through June 30th of last year. We are obligated legally through the Topeka agreement to extend water lines upon request of builders and or property owners, as long as it is within 2,500 linear feet from our nearest line. So we comply with that requirement and that agreement and have proceeded each year. And at this time, for this year's assessment is impacting 479 assessment units at a cost of $1.7 million, rounded off. And owners have two different options. Either they can pay their equal share of that cost initially up front. That would be $3,732 and some change. And the time period, a letter will be sent out to each property owner, and they have 30 days to make that payment. Or they have the option to have it rolled onto their taxes and have it paid in equal installments over a 10-year time period. If they opt for the later choice, when administrative costs and other fees are tallied in, as well as interest, they in total would be paying $6,024 in total over the 10-year time period.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Would you mind, and I understand Ken Cheek and I have gone through it a handful of times, but just for the folks at home watching, or those that may be opposed to these water lines and ultimately being required to connect to the water line, would you mind just giving just a brief explanation of the Topeka Agreement and what that means in our community?
The Topeka Agreement was a legal matter that evolved out of what initially happened is Deltona Corporation had committed to all of the infrastructure, and I think it applied more than water and wastewater, but other needs in the Citrus Springs community as well. So they initially were committed to building out all of the infrastructure. They did not proceed with that, fell far short of extending the water and wastewater lines. I believe that they eventually went through bankruptcy, certainly went through legal matters, and ownership changed hands multiple times. After that time period, I believe that the Topeka Agreement dates back to like 1989, roughly. We, Citrus County, acquired the system back in 2007, and we assumed that ongoing responsibility, and we've continued to honor it. Things were slow for years as far as growth is concerned. Seems like soon as COVID, right at the same time, things were slowing down in that respect, things went crazy with demands and growth, and has continued to be that way since that time.
So the Topeka Agreement if somebody requests water within its 2,500 linear feet from an existing water line, if one customer out there requests that water line be run to them within that 2,500 linear feet, the Topeka Agreement compels the county to run that water line to them. And then by covenants in our bonding documents or paperwork, we are then required to require the homeowners, each homeowner, each abutting property along that water line to connect within a year. So the process, even though they may not necessarily want to connect, the process starts with that Topeka Agreement that when they've got a neighbor that requests water, we've got to take water to them, and then that then triggers the bonding covenants to require them to connect. Does that sum it up?
Yes.
In way too many words?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrett.
one thing people need to understand, if you lived in Citrus Springs and you didn't have water, the water department allowed some of the new houses in specific areas to put in wells. And once the county was able to get the water line, they have to connect to the water line, and they have 1 year to connect or pay for it. And that is required of the county and of the residents of Citrus Springs. And some of them get kind of upset about it. But it is something that the county agreed to, and hopefully the people, once they get the city water, they'll be very happy with it.
Yes, good point. And actually, that's a state requirement, the mandatory connection within 365 days. So we are honoring Florida statutes in that respect.
Quick question. So if you're going past, if you're hooking up to someone who's building a residence, but you're going past vacant lots, even though it's not a connection at that time, but are they assessed a fee for like an availability fee?
Later on, they are assessed an availability fee. The cost today is for the actual water lines and components, fire hydrants, et cetera, that are installed. Once it is in place and established, like the next year, we have the utility availability fee, and I think I see that on the agenda for an upcoming meeting.
Okay.
It's a small amount, and it has stayed the same each year per lot.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrett?
are you ready to entertain a motion to?
Yes, in your mic, please.
Okay.
Actually, you have to have open to the public before you do motions on
Oh,
public
I'm
hearings.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close. Open to the public.
Madam
Now.
Chair,
Now, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept A, which was the public hearing, B and C of item 1H.
All right. I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion? Did you put your light on?
Just to vote.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Moving on to H2.
Okay, since I'm already up here, the second public hearing that I'm presenting today is for the Crystal Shores, Dixie Shores communities. This is for, in this particular case, wastewater lines that were installed. The project was completed this year for that installation. This has been a project in the works for probably, I'd say, a good 10 years or so. We started with the condo islands. They began to connect in 2019, but because of funding availability, we've had delays and different issues to get to this point of finally getting funding. At least 3/4 of the costs came through a grant, and we also had a federal grant with 50-50 matching funds from the county. This particular assessment impacts a total of 199 assessment units. And once all of the grant funding is deducted, it leaves a balance, takes it down from $1.6 million down to $389,000. If someone elects to pay their equal share of it, be prior or within 30 days, that would be $2,091 and some change per lot owner, or alternatively, they can elect to pay it in installments. That's through on their property taxes over a 10-year time period. Once fees are added to that, it comes to $2,984 and change. That project is again, it has now been completed, and we have had roughly 10 of the impacted properties either connect or in the process of going through the permitting process to connect. Those are pressure lines. They are not gravity sewer lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, any questions? If not, we'll open it up to the public at this time. Anyone from the public wishing to address this agenda item, please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Taylor. I'm a resident of Dixie Shores. I live on Sunnybrook. If I remember, we had this big, beautiful sign when you came into the neighborhood that was announcing the project and how the state was going to cover the funds to do the project. So just a week or so ago, we got a letter that now I'm owing another $3,000 to support this project. Not to mention the fact that it's going to cost me $10,000 to $12,000 to install a pump, do the electrical, do the plumbing, and so forth to get into the sewage system that I never wanted to start with. And there were several of us in the neighborhood that didn't want it, but it got forced on us. And now, once all that's done, then I got to pay for the sewage. And I like to keep my yard looking really nice, and I use a lot of water. So the sewage is going to be based on how much water I use. Typically, a water bill is $28, but my bills are usually about $150 because I water my grass. I like my flowers to look good. I like my yard to look good. So the problem I have is this whole project's been forced on us, and every time I turn around, I'm getting another notice that I owe more money or I'm going to have to pay more money to support this project. And I'd like to know what happened to the funds to cover the install of the sewage project to start with. And the islands, there's nobody there. There hasn't been anybody there since the last hurricane. They haven't even rebuilt them back yet. And so they're not using water, sewage, nothing. And so I'm totally opposed against the whole project. I don't see where it's benefiting me, and it's only benefiting a few out there. Now, I know they run that line in there for the islands because Environmental Protection Agency forced the county to do that. So you got this line run, so now it was easy pickings to come into our neighborhood and force us to tie into it when we really probably didn't need it. But it all started off, too, with the fact that we were polluting our bay. And I did a lot of research on that, and I talked to the aquaculture people that do the water testing. They said that's not true. The water samplings are coming out good. We have approved oyster harvesting ground 300 yards off our last septic tank, and I don't believe that the state would allow us to have an approved oyster harvesting ground if we were polluting our bay. So it's just been, for us as a resident, misleading the whole time this started. The first meeting we got on the sewage was after the project was 50% completed, before they even brought the public in to discuss it. So I'm totally against the tax, obviously, and I'm sure there's a lot more in my neighborhood that are, but a lot of people couldn't get here today to voice their opinion. Hopefully they sent in a written notice. But that's it.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address this subject? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I can chime in a little bit on this project, being a Dixie Shores resident myself. I too felt like the sign that was put up was a bit misleading because we knew all along that there was going to be some degree of assessment. Now, initially, when the project was first in design, Ken Cheek and I had some conversations about this, and he wasn't sure that there was going to be grant funding available for it because it was outside of the PFA for the county. It simply would not have scored well against other sewer projects, proposed sewer projects in the county and around the state. So he wasn't sure there was going to be grant funding there. Ultimately, he felt like the assessment, and I don't want to put words in his mouth with him not being here, but maybe you can help me out here. But I think initially the assessment he was talking about was the $6,000 plus range. Now, ultimately, thankfully, he was able to piece together some remnants of a couple different grants and bring that assessment down to $2,000. And because it's a force main and not a gravity-fed system, residents are not compelled to connect to it. They can connect to it when they want to, if they want to, or not at all. The only caveat to that is that if and when a drain field fails, when they have to go back through the health department for permitting, the health department may, we've not got a definitive answer, but the health department may put up some resistance to permitting a new drain field to be built when you've got a sewer connection available to you right out the street. So that's all the information I've just kind of thrown up right into the mic there.
You have it spot on, Commissioner.
Been on that project a long time.
And Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
you know, I want to thank staff for getting that many grants to begin with, especially when it didn't seem like Mr. Cheek thought it would go over well, because you know, we did, as a board, we capped assessments at 6,000 because normally they're coming in at the 5 to 7 range. So this is a really, really good news if they are going to connect, that it's that low. So kudos to staff for that.
He pieced together, like I said, remnants of several different grants to apply towards these two communities there. And I believe all the engineering they did in-house to save money on the project as well. So they saved wherever they could and got grant funding wherever they could to bring down that assessment. But as long as your septic tank's doing well and the drain field's doing good, you don't have to hook up. It's there if or when you ever decide to.
So explain to me why this gentleman got a bill then.
Well, he would not have received a bill unless he is connected to us. I may need to clarify with him.
The assessment for putting in the force main
Oh, I thought
per property owner is,
2,000.
yeah, $2,000 per property.
there's the assessment which we're addressing today, and that would have been a letter. I thought that he was referring to, when he was talking about water bill and sewer bill. So all of the lots are being impacted by today's assessment. Each lot pays their equal
So he's
share.
going to pay the assessment, but he doesn't have to hook up.
Correct.
Okay.
And he will not receive any bills, water or base charge bills from Citrus County Utilities until he has completely hooked up.
If he ever decides
If
to.
he does, if he decides to.
Mr. Taylor, not that I can bring you back up here, but does that help clarify any of this? I'll let them get with you after this, but I hope that helps answer some of that for you.
And we do put a cap on sewer bill. Gentleman was referring to irrigation. For residential properties, we limit the sewer charges to the first 6,000 gallons. So if somebody is using 50,000 gallons for water, we do not go over the 6,000 cap for residential.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrick.
after listening to all of this, I would like to make a motion, since we had the public hearing. I would like to make a motion that we accept H2, 1, or A, B, and C, the way it's written. And yes, it is for assessment in front of the person's property. It's not connection, so, thank you.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is a public hearing to certify the non-ad valorem assessment rules for fiscal year 25-26.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works Director. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the hearing to certify the non-ad valorem assessment rolls for fiscal year 25 through 26. This really impacts and relates to our assessments for such things as street lighting districts, neighborhood beautifications or the MSBUs, roadway maintenance and improvements that are on a pay plan, and also the water and wastewater assessments within the various assessment areas in compliance with Florida statute.
Board members, you have any questions for Mr. Hall?
Mr. Hall, this does not include this non-ad valorem for the fire or EMS, correct?
Correct.
Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Would anyone from the public like to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment.
Madam Chair, motion to approve H3B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is H4, public hearing to consider imposition of the proposed 2025 property abatement assessments.
Chair, Commissioners, Eric with Growth Management. As you know, our mission in code enforcement is compliance, and some cases we exhaust every resource possible to get compliance, and then we have to step in and use county funds or resources to achieve compliance. And usually that's if it's an unsafe structure or something that requires immediate results. So you'll find a list of about 9 or 10 properties where the county had to use resources totaling a little over $100,000. This will put that on the tax roll in an attempt to recoup those costs.
Very good. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Landon? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair, motion to approve H4, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. If there's no more board comment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. H5, Carlton Hall on public hearing on solid waste management tipping fees.
So this public hearing is for the tipping fees, and it's for the fiscal year 25-26. If you recall, we did a rate analysis, a rate study of solid waste. There was a presentation to the board with all of the different fees that are going to be increasing for this coming year. Due to the increases in the facility itself, we're trying to expand the site. We've just finished a new cell 4A, and we're looking forward in the future to expanding that even into 4B to give more room to be able to bury trash at that existing site. So these rates that are increasing are due to those needs in the future.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Hall? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to address this agenda item? Don't you all rush up here at one time. Closing open to the public. Board, what are your desires?
Motion to approve H5B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Barrick. If there's no further board comment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Carl, you are the man of the hour.
So H5 is the public hearing for reimpose annual disposal assessment and adopt a solid waste residential assessment roll. So if you recall, during that rate study, we proposed getting rid of the commercial assessment that was in place because it was very cumbersome. It took a lot of time for the county. We're going to move that roll to the haulers to let them deal directly with the customers. And so in doing so, the assessment rolls are going to change. We're no longer going to have a commercial assessment. It is only going to be a residential assessment. And that's the change.
Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Hall?
Clarification, it's H6. He had said H5.
H6?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we'll have open to the public. Anyone wishing to address this agenda item, please come forward. Welcome. How are you today?
Good afternoon. I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. My name's David Santiano. I'm a citizen of Citrus Springs. Just moved here 9 months ago. Just bought a house. First time home buyer, and I got this letter about this. And I'm pretty sure this is the topic that I got my letter for the annual disposal assessment. And while it's a meager $27 a year, I'm not complaining about that. This is for a sewage disposal, but I have a septic system. I pay for my own sewage disposal. So why am I being assessed $27 to help pay for someone else's sewage? I don't quite follow that, unless we're gonna get sewage there, I'm not sure.
I think we're on the wrong, this is for trash.
Okay,
Waste.
It's a solid waste.
that's what this says. It says solid waste for annual disposal assessment fee for $27. That's the wrong one?
This is trash, though.
Thank you.
He is actually talking about the correct one for solid
Mm-hmm.
waste. Its assessment is $27 per resident. So it is for the fees for the landfill. Certain things that are free, maintenance of the landfill is in part of that assessment.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrick.
I'd like to make a motion to approve H6B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. If there's no further board comment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next up is H7, public hearing to consider a revision to impact fees by Mr. Landon.
And for
Madam Chair,
the,
Commissioners,
on the record, at the conclusion of this public hearing, the board will be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the fee schedule for Chapter 34 of the Citrus County Code, also known as the Citrus County Impact Fee Ordinance, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's error, providing for codification and inclusion into the code, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at the public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
okay. Eric with Growth Management. We're talking about impact fees. We got started this morning again. So this morning was the second of 2 required public workshops as mandated by statute. Just laying some ground rules. So state statutes have recently changed with impact fees. As of right now, in order to do an increase using extraordinary circumstances, it requires a supermajority or a four-person vote on this board, 4 out of 5. Come October 1st, the statute changed and it'll require a unanimous vote. So any change using extraordinary circumstances would require a 5-0 vote. So just wanted to be sure that everyone understood that we're a little bit, the clock is ticking on this if we want to do it with the 4-1 version versus the 5-0 version. One of the questions, Peter, I'm going to introduce Peter. He did the workshop this morning. He has answers to your questions from this morning. I wanted to answer one of them, and Madam Attorney helped. She found an AR that housing uses, and that's one of the bases for the affordable housing. It helps set the rate and requires the 10 years. And I think that's done in accordance with state regulations using SHIP and CDBG funds. So.
Yes, the county has decided to defer for the 10 years to allow the impact fees to be forgiven after 10 years, and the county does use the SHIP and CBDG grant funding for that.
And is that set at 80% AMI?
It's as outlined within the statute.
I'm sorry?
It's as outlined within the statute. There's a definition in the statute for the affordable housing. Give me 1 second, I can give you the chapter.
I think I read that, but I think it's 80% AMI.
So I wanted to address that. I think Peter has the answers from Stantec to the rest of your questions, and if not, we'll figure it out. So with that, I'll introduce Peter with Stantec. And he went through the slideshow this morning. I didn't know if you wanted him to start from scratch or if you just wanted him to pull up the slide that had the table with all the impact fees, and then we can kind of have an open discussion from there.
Me personally, we have a larger audience today, or right now. Really like you to give a definition of impact fees, how they're used versus general ad valorem, so that there's an awareness of why we do impact fees.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Peter Napoli, Stantec Consulting. I helped the county with this impact fee study over the past year. We had a presentation this morning. I won't belabor all of the slides of the presentation this morning, but I'll give a general description of impact fees, how the county utilizes them, why they're important, and so on. So impact fees are a one-time fee or charge that are assessed to new units of development. They are charged one time around the issuance of the building permit. They are designed to capture the cost of new facilities to serve new development. So with every unit of new development that the county experiences, whether it's single family, multifamily, new commercial development, all of those have different impacts on the multitude of services offered by the county. Public safety, roadways, transportation, schools. An impact fee and an impact fee study performed by a consultant, like a consulting team like ours, looks at these impacts and quantifies them so that the county can charge a fee, capture the cost of that new development, save it in an account, and use that fee, the proceeds from that fee, to pay for the new facilities, so that the new development comes in and is served at this existing level of service in the county. One thing to point out that I don't think I pointed out this morning, but impact fees are specifically designed so that they aren't improving the level of service. We're not charging new development so that everybody can get a greater level of service in the county. They're designed so that they maintain the existing level of service. So we look at the current capacity in the county, how many residents are served by public safety, by schools, how many students. We use that current capacity, look at how much it costs to provide that capacity, and that's the number that an impact fee represents, essentially, going forward. So impact fees, it's recommended and it's actually required in the state statutes that they remain current and reflect local data. So that's part of why a county should undergo an impact fee study every 3 to 5 years to keep the impact fees current, make sure that they reflect the local data and local costs. All that goes into the calculation of the impact fees. Some other things to point out: the impact fees are not used to renew or replace or refurbish any of the existing infrastructure in the county. That relies on general revenues, general funding sources. This is only for new facilities and expansion of facilities. So, for example, if we were to take roadways, it's a roadway going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Or if we were to look at a new fire substation or a new station out in a new service area, impact fees would be available to pay towards those. They're held in a separate fund, and then the state also requires that this study is performed so that they're not arbitrarily set. There has to be a proportionality behind them. There has to be a reason why single family pays X amount versus multifamily pays X amount. And the proportionality behind them is outlined in the report and is described in the presentation. So we looked at the 8 impact fees, the governmental impact fees. So this is excluding any, as was brought up earlier, you can charge impact fees for water and sewer on new development, but that wasn't in the scope of the study. We just looked at these governmental impact fees. So they include EMS, fire, law enforcement, libraries, parks and rec, public buildings, schools, and transportation. These are the current fees. The current fee for single family is around $8,000 per home, and that's charged per home. Those are some other representative properties. I can just continue to go, if you want me to just briefly touch on all the presentation slides, or stop me if I'm giving too much information.
Board, what are your wishes?
They weren't
I don't want to
here.
speak for myself.
I don't
but-
think we need the whole presentation again.
Okay.
I mean, we had a whole presentation. It lasted hours. I don't know that we need to just repeat all of that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, after a few rounds of this, as a commissioner, I'm just wanted to be repeated over and over and over again for anyone that is just hitting a soundbite. This is not on current residents. Not on current residents. This actually protects current residents from having to pay for expansion of infrastructure. Just gonna say it over and over, because you know we're gonna get the emails.
And I think it would be prudent too, at this point, to kind of talk about, from the state legislature, we can only do this every 4 years, and there's also a cap. So I think that would be something that would be prudent to let our audience and those at home that are just tuning in.
Okay, so
Wait a minute, I have a question. Now, we do the study every 3 to 5 years. My question is, can we increase or decrease the impact fees every year?
in order to increase the impact fees every year, you'd have to go through the extraordinary circumstances procedure again. You can decrease the impact fees at any time, but I suggest you decrease them proportionally. So if you wanted to, say, go to 75% cost recovery, each fee would be reduced to 75% of the proposed fees that are in the presentation. So what the county's doing right now is, because of recent legislation involving impact fee increases, so now there's caps on how much a county or city can increase their impact fees year over year. You can exceed those caps if you go through this extraordinary circumstances route. So they provide the provisions in the state statutes that require the county to perform a demonstrated needs study that outlines the extraordinary circumstances. So some of the most common extraordinary circumstances around the state that other counties are pointing to: cost inflation, population growth, level of service restraints. You'd have to have 2 publicly noticed workshops, which this morning you completed that requirement with the second publicly noticed workshop, and then a 2/3 approval to adopt the impact fees that exceed the limits that the statutes have set.
So due to the county being on top of things and realizing the impact that this growth is doing so quickly, we hired you to do the consulting to come back with some figures for better impact fees for our county.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
what was the answer that you found to the question that was asked this morning about road acquisition in your study?
So for the right-of-ways, we did not include the cost of right-of-way acquisition in the transportation impact fees. So let me go to the...
So would that then change the number that's submitted to us?
If the commission chose to provide direction where that cost would be included, we did a preliminary calculation just to give you an idea of how much that could be for a transportation impact fee. Because it was for the project that we were looking at and used as the basis, the County Road 491 widening. I believe it was the segment from Audubon Park to Horace Allen. It was about 1.7 miles. The right-of-way acquisition there was approximately $10 million. So it's a significant cost when looking at the overall cost of the project. If we were to include it, the fee could go up to $9,000. The fees currently at $3,800. Our calculated fee without the right-of-way acquisition is $5,200. So it'd be significantly in excess of what we have. Other counties do include right-of-way acquisition. Some do, some don't. The issue that was highlighted in the last report was that it's extremely variable depending on the location of the roadway project, and can be really significant or lower. And what our guidance was from the beginning of the impact fee study was to try to retain the existing methodology and approach as outlined in the city's ordinance and as currently adopted for the county's ordinance as currently adopted by the county. We looked at the right-of-way acquisition. It really changed the numbers drastically, so that's why we didn't include it, to be consistent with the last one. But if the county gives direction where that's something that you wanted to consider in the future, I believe that you'd have to delay the adoption of the proposed impact fee increase to transportation, and potentially we'd reconsider it at a later date. But to answer the question, Commissioner, the cost of right-of-way acquisition isn't included in that calculated impact fee.
So roughly, I was looking for the exact fee. As presented today, it was 13,000 something. I don't have.
13,109.
109, and so it would be maybe another $3,800 above that. Am I getting that roughly correct?
Yes, correct. And I mean, this is preliminary, just to give you an idea of the magnitude. We'd have to go back and do the calculations and update the tables and supporting documents.
So roughly it would be just shy of $17,000 all in, depending on what you would come back with.
Correct, it could be.
Just asking. I have no idea what the board discussion is going to be on that, but I wanted to have it all straight.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, thank you for bringing back the information. I asked about that this morning and suspected that the acquisition had not been included. It's unfortunate that this changed directions probably 2 studies ago now. I hope that, I think it's too late in the game at this point for the board to determine that let's reset and include the cost of acquisition, even though I think that including the cost of acquisition is the appropriate way to set those impact fees. I think that needs to be done next time at this point. But understand the impact fees that we're adopting right now, at least transportation anyway, are not high enough to cover building new lanes of highway, correct?
That's correct, because the right-of-way acquisition cost wasn't included.
Yeah,
so this is,
and as, again, as one speaker got up and mentioned, you know, there are other costs to the acquisition part of it, relocating homes, relocating businesses, things like that. And so this is, because of the formula that's used, this transportation impact fee number is artificially low compared to what it should be. Now, we're going up, or if the board approves them today, these impact fees are going up significantly. I would not support us, you know, including in there or trying to get to that additional $3,800 or $4,000. But the next time this study's done, if I'm still here, I will advocate for including those in there. It would be a big jump, but we've got to get to the point where growth is paying for itself infrastructure-wise.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
How long would it take for you to go back and correct the information so that it includes the acquisition? And if doing that, come back and do a hearing or do the 2 hearings? Is that what we have to go through, 2 hearings with the corrected numbers before we would approve it? Because the only thing I see is it would delay it, but if it's got the proper numbers, I am pretty sure that most of the board would agree, that 5 of us would agree that this is what we want to do because it's for the good of the county, it's for the good of the people. And to wait 5 more years at over $3,000 per unit, to me, it's worth waiting for you to come back. If it takes you a month to do it, come back and we'll have a hearing, come back, we'll have the second hearing, and then we'll vote. Because to me, that's the most important thing, to get this right now. Not to just, well, it'll do us for now. We need to do it the right way.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I would not support that. First and foremost, that puts us beyond the October 1st deadline that we're up against. And this has been a painful process getting from 0 impact fees to 50% to 100% on most of them. Schools this time, because we're at 50% now, going to 100% increase plus the recommended or the proposed increase. You know, schools we're seeing, as we saw earlier, multifamily units are at a 200+% increase over what they are right now. I think at this point, the appropriate thing for this board to do is to support adopting the proposed rates and plan for the future. If we wanted to include right-of-way acquisition and look at other possible expenses that are not included in the formula, that needs to be laid out at the time that we contract with them and say, these need to be included, whatever that means. If that's land acquisition for a new fire station, or or if it's adding back in any state grant money. And when we went up to, there were several of us from the board that were in Tallahassee begging Senator Simpson and others up there to get us that $13 million for 491. Thankfully, he had the horsepower up there to make it happen, and it was noted as the biggest turkey of the legislative session, but that's quite all right. We got the money. That can't be counted on for the next road project, whether that's Cardinal or whatever it might be. We can't count on that. So I think the next time that we go through one of these studies, we take a deep dive into what expenses were pulled out, add them back in there, because that's the real cost of building these lane miles. So today, I think we need to vote on and support what's proposed, what's in front of us.
Walk us through this scenario. So we have this in front of us. I think what you're telling us, there's no other county that is actually adding in right-of-way acquisition currently. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. There are some that have right-of-way acquisition, some that don't. So we saw.
So based on the current political environment in Tallahassee with these calculations, if we were to come back, could, for sake of argument, if you added that $3,800, then could that pass the muster under the extraordinary circumstances?
Yes. So you don't have to wait 5 years to update that transportation fee. The only thing is you would have to go through the extraordinary circumstances route. That would be a key component of it, is that pointing out, we're structurally changing the fee. It didn't previously include right-of-way acquisition. We're now including that in the total recoverable cost. You could point also to maybe federal and state grants, the availability of such funding sources not being as available as they have been over the last 5 years. We could definitely point to some extraordinary circumstances that would allow the commission to consider another update to just a transportation impact fee. Whereas I wouldn't recommend you looking at all of them.
So we could adopt what we have before us, and then at a year later, whatever that time frame is, we could come back and say we want to run an extraordinary circumstance and look at just transportation and bring that back and implement it at a future date over the next 4 years.
As far as I know, yes, there isn't any limit on how many times you go this extraordinary circumstances route. But I would also just recommend deferring to the county attorney and the legality around that. So I'm not a lawyer.
And what's the time frame? I think we're going to have, is it 4/5?
So it would be a unanimous.
Unanimous, okay.
After
and
October
when is
1st.
that?
October 1st.
Okay. Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I'm sitting here listening and I'm saying, I wasn't on the board when we're asked to do this study. Some of the board members were, and I'm wondering why they didn't ask for this to be done if we're asking the question now. So, to redo the study, that means we're going to have to repay you another fee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay? Okay, so we're going to repay to do another fee so that we can maybe do another extraordinary for transportation. I'm suggesting you go back and redo it right now so that we pay for a small little fee instead of a bigger fee, and then we get the proper numbers that we need, because I want acquisition in there for land. And I'm hearing one of the other commissioners say that they would like acquisition for land.
Commissioner
Okay?
Finnegan? Oh.
So the thing is, at this point, we need to have the proper numbers that we're going to vote on if we're going to vote on something today.
Commissioner Finnegan?
So I see valid points. Every commissioner that has spoken so far before I get to my thoughts, you didn't actually answer Commissioner Barrick's question. She asked you if you took it back just to assess this, when would it come back to us? Like, could we have it by the end of September? Could this be wrapped up, or are you months, weeks?
If we were just to adjust the transportation fee and add in the right-of-way acquisition, we'll have to look at it and make sure that we do it correctly and doesn't raise any flags. I would estimate 3 weeks to a month. It's not a significant change. We wouldn't be changing the other components of the calculation, like the travel demand characteristics of different properties. It's just looking at the cost basis. But yeah, it would, delay the adoption of the other fees. And then I don't know about the scheduling concerns with the commission, but we would, if that's the commission's direction, absolutely and that would fall within the current scope of the agreement.
Can I ask the attorney something?
I still have the floor.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I think Eric needs to add something pertinent.
So to factor in the work that he and his team would have to do, we also have advertising requirements. So it would have to be advertised a couple weeks ahead. So we'd be working on a razor-thin margin, so I couldn't guarantee that come the end of September, we could have it before you ready to go.
So this is where I am after listening to all the commissioners thus far. Commissioner Kennard makes a point that he actually asked the question and has pointed out we're not doing it right. So Commissioner Barrick says, well, let's do it right. Let's go back. I think I see what Commissioner Bays is saying. We need to put this one to bed, and then if we want to bring it back, which I understand, but if it only takes a few weeks, and if we are with the razor-thin margin, could we not vote but not wait a year? Like, just let him take that back and then have that process again quickly? I understand, but I do agree with the point of if we're looking at everything and we're trying to get it right so that this heavy burden doesn't fall on citizens, which would be millage increase when we need buildings, when we need the infrastructure that the impact fees should be paying, and they're not, we need a fair assessment of what those impact fees actually should be.
Commissioner, I have one suggestion that maybe could solve that, in that the current report is in draft form, so we can still make revisions to it. You can keep the current impact fee schedule as proposed in the ordinance. We can amend the report to include a section that says this would be the transportation impact fee if the calculation was revised to include right-of-way acquisition. The commission, reserves the right to consider this potential fee in the future for adoption. It's X amount of dollars, and provide the whole schedule, and then you can then use that report as justification. You wouldn't have to re-engage us for a new transportation impact fee study. That transportation impact fee study would have the impact fee as currently presented in the schedule and advertised, but then also have an impact fee under the scenario where you include right-of-way acquisition for future consideration and at the timing that the commission prefers.
Which could literally be in another 2 months. I mean, really.
You just have to make sure that the notice requirements are met and all the, we would update. I think we'd probably update or use the same extraordinary circumstances memo, but you'd have to have the publicly noticed workshops, et cetera. But yeah, in that report, it would include both scenarios and both fees calculated with right-of-way and without right-of-way for the commission's use in the future.
I'm not sure where the board's going to land, but I do feel as the consultant, that's a very fair help to this board and a compromise of what you could do. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Davis.
I would be interested in our attorney's opinion as to whether that is, everything he just said is correct. Just checking your work, because you're not an attorney, right?
Don't know that I can say everything 100%. You will need to have the 2 new workshops, and you will have to have another hearing. I was actually going to check with Mr. Landon. How much notice did you have to give before the most recent public hearing for timeline? 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks. he's right, it'll be razor thin, and that's to slide it in the last 2 meetings right before the October date. You'd be working on about 2 to 3 weeks head time. Like that's literally how much space you would have for public notice, publication, all the things that have to go into making the changes that you're talking about to try and stay within or before the October 1st deadline.
Commissioner Kennard, oh, I'm sorry.
Because the public notice has to have the actual figure in there, not just the fact that the meeting's happening.
One moment.
Because otherwise, we could just public notice that we're doing another workshop in this second half of August to give you time to do it. But if the actual dollar figures need to be in there, then it has to.
The actual draft is in the notice, is what I'm being told.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
Are you finished?
Maybe, for now.
Commissioner Kennard, you have the floor.
Well, I will again say that I think that I believe the transportation impact fee needs to include right-of-way, the cost of right-of-way acquisition. However, I hope that this board does not go down this road, if you will, pardon the pun, of adding that in right now or trying to force it through in the next 6 to 8 weeks. The community has not had time to give any input on that level of an increase. The building industry is a major source of economic activity in our community. And by raising that so fast, you're going to infuriate people at government, not giving them time to give input, look at and look at how we arrived at where we did, and ultimately could shock a system that provides an awful lot of people a lot of jobs. There is no rush at this point to go, let's try and get it in under October 1st. If we all believe that right-of-way acquisition needs to be improved, let's do this right. Let's make sure the public has plenty of time for input. Bring it back at a later date. Whether that's November, December, next February, I don't care. But give the public time to digest what has happened right now. Don't hit them with another increase before this increase even takes place 90 days if we do support what's proposed today. My suggestion is the public has had this report out there. Everybody's had a chance to read through it. There's been articles written about it and so forth. They're not on board with it. They don't like it, obviously. Some don't like it, some love it. But let's go with what's in front of us right now. There's no rush at this point to get this done in the next 60 days. That just looks messy.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair?
You guys want to draw straws?
Well,
Commissioner Davis.
Go ahead.
I'm going to recap this and see if maybe I'm figuring this out correctly. So you said what you said about that we could reserve the right to add that back in. And let me back up a second and say, I like to have a full deck of real data. I want to know what the real cost is of things. I can vote as a policy to not, levy that entire amount, but at least I want to know what the real cost is. I'm also interested in not having to pay for an entirely new study 2 years from now if we really whiff this now, right? So if you can do that change, but we go forward with the current rates that you've as presented in whatever percentage we do, you put in there that the right-of-way acquisition, we reserve the right to have this in the final report that we can come back without a new study. That's what triggers 2 more workshops in public hearing, correct?
The change in information, because the notice includes the draft, that is what triggers the 2 workshops and the public hearing.
Okay, so even putting that caveat in there is going to.
Yes.
This job is just so. It can be really disappointing sometimes because we don't have, and kudos to Commissioner Kennard for bringing up right-of-way acquisition. Like, how is that not put a part of that? We're not dealing with a full deck of what it costs to widen roads, and that's just unfortunate.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
To Madam Attorney, but we wouldn't be changing the draft. I'm kind of where you are. Like, we don't have to push the fee through, but I would like to take him up on his offer and go ahead and add that in the study. So what we would vote on today, that wouldn't necessarily change the notice, right? So we could do that. We could vote on this, and he could still go back and add that to the study, and then it's there. And if this board wants to bring it back in 3 weeks or next year, we could do that. That's exactly where I am. Do what we need to today, have him fix this, and then this board can decide when or if they want to do it.
You look like you're in agreement with her, but then you said it would still do, so please speak.
The way I understood Commissioner Davis's question
That's
was
where I got
that
it.
would the addendum trigger the 2 hearings and the, or the 2 workshops and the hearing? My understanding was that question was conveying
Bringing
to,
it back?
to do the increase, to bring it
No,
back.
no, no,
That's
no,
what I
no,
heard. So
no,
when
just the
Commissioner Finnegan
information.
clarified,
Okay.
just doing the addendum will not trigger it. If you try to act on it, that would trigger it.
I am
Sorry for the
significantly
confusion.
less discouraged now, thank you.
Thank you. That's
Okay.
how I understood it, yes, thank you.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. We're going around in circles here. Number one, I don't agree with voting for it right now, the way it is. It needs to have the new number for transportation. If it's only going to take him a couple weeks, I am sure that as you get closer to it, Mr. Landon can get it into the newspaper. And if we can get it done by October the right way, the first time, to me, that's the important thing. Because if we have the opportunity to do it right and get everything that we need, so that's why I don't agree with just, well, let's do it now. You know, you want things to be right. And we're supposed to be the leaders saying, okay, we expect you to do this. I wasn't here when you were told what your directions were, so I don't know what you were told, whether you were told to put acquisitions in, don't take it in, or whoever decided the acquisitions weren't supposed to be in it. But I know the acquisitions need to be in this transportation number. And if you're only changing one number on a draft, it shouldn't take that long to do the numbers, get the information to Eric so it can get put into the paper, and we can have the 2 hearings like we're supposed to have, right, and then the vote. So that we do what we are supposed to do as a board.
Commissioner Finnegan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrick, I understand your need for wanting to do this correctly. And I appreciate that because I know you want it done right. So the way that I suggest, and I believe Commissioner Davis was suggesting, and possibly the other ones, if we did this now, and he's still going to bring that back, if he can accomplish that in the amount of time, you have every right to ask us to see how we feel about that at that time. Here's the opposite way if we don't do that, only because I know that you want to get this done. If for some reason it takes them longer to get the information back to you, and we held up this whole vote, and it came back, and we had to renotice it again because we'll have to, and it's back after October, if one of your fellow commissioners votes against it, I feel like you want this to go through. It's not going to go through. So my suggestion is to help you get this done the right way. Because you're going to get this, and then if he can accomplish what he thinks he can, but you never know what happens in life, then we could look at it again, and then you possibly could have it all done. But if you wait, you're going to run the risk of having it not done at all.
Well, as I sit up here with my fellow commissioners, I feel a consensus, at least that's what I'm hearing, that we want this. So I don't see any reason why, if we get the right numbers, that the 5 of us would not, at that point in time, agree that we wanted it back in July. And now that it's got the right numbers, we definitely want it, whether it's October, November, December. Okay, the biggest thing is, if we approve this, is it so important to get it approved today? Do the fees go into effect tomorrow?
90 days.
90 days. Okay, so they don't go into effect until 90 days after whatever we approve or disapprove is taken care of today, correct?
Correct.
So to me, it's not gonna make a hill of beans. I would like to see it done properly the first time, Because I feel, if I'm sitting here, I'm hearing Mr. Kennard saying he wants to approve it. Okay?
I think
I'm
Commissioner
pretty sure
Kennard does.
Commissioner
but-
Davis does also. So
Okay.
we do consensuses all the time. And this is the only time I get to talk to you. Okay? And this is where I get to tell you my feelings. And my feelings is I want it done right the first time. And if it's done right the first time and we have to publish twice and then have the, fine, do that. It's not gonna cost the same as redoing another study, and it's not gonna, you know.
But he wouldn't charge us anymore.
No, he wouldn't charge us anymore.
He wouldn't charge us anymore to vote today and then come back with the numbers and then in whatever timely fashion add the rest. But I guess we may have to agree to disagree then on how to get it done correctly.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
if I could take one more bite at the apple, what Commissioner Kennard said, please listen to what he said. The citizens, residents, the employers, the building industry have not had a chance. We just got this answer today, just a few minutes ago. Everyone needs time to absorb that. So we should go forward with what we have now and let him update the report, the final report, and then we can bring it back if it appears that we need to at any point in time.
Mr. Landon?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention a couple points. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way of doing it with including right-of-way acquisition or not. Right-of-way acquisition is often case by case, and it's kind of tricky. Sometimes you're condemning property, sometimes you're buying raw land, sometimes in this case you're getting money via grant. Sometimes we had a land use hearing last time where they're donating the land. So it's always changing all the time. So I don't know that there's a right or a wrong answer to it. I just think it's a matter of opinion of this board whether or not you want to include it. So it wasn't, I think, just as a matter of consistency included in this one because it hadn't been in previous cases. There may be some reason why a certain stretch of 491 had extremely high right-of-way acquisition. The next stretch of 491 seems like the right-of-way acquisition is going to be quite low because a large portion was donated. So I don't think I don't think whatever decision you make, you're making a right or wrong decision. I just think it's based on the information that you have and based on the unique circumstances of every right-of-way is different.
May I add to that? And that's why I'm giving that 3-week time frame too, because I want to look at the right-of-way acquisition cost and make sure that we're not using an unusual number for this segment of 491. If it was unusually high for that segment, it's not fair to include that as a cost for future developments. We want to make sure it's more of an average right-of-way acquisition cost. So I have to do some research to make sure that that number is representative. So it may not be as high as what I previously said. We just did a quick, back of the napkin calculation based on this segment of 491. It was $10 million for right-of-way acquisition. The next segment, as Eric was explaining, could be lower, and there's a number of factors involved. So I just want to caveat that.
Madam Chair.
I would like to say something just for a moment. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion. We've had an impact fee workshop previously. We had one this morning. I think it's notable that properly designed impact fees can align incentives, but they can also detour. And I think it requires some very careful considerations to avoid some negative effects on development housing. And I think at this point, if we added $3,800 to this, I mean, we're going to tip up the scales where we're not compatible with other areas. And certainly not in our area. We're looking at places, Hernando's raised theirs, Pasco's high, you have Marion County, and we still don't have a sales tax. We don't utilize a lot of MSBUs, TUs. I think when we're talking about this, you might have the nationally recognized developers come in, and this won't really affect their demographics, but it will affect our local builders. And, it was said earlier, I think if there was a way to incentivize and help our local builders with a discount off of what we already currently propose versus national builders, I'm all about that. I would love to see a way that we help our local builders. Because I don't think this is going to matter when you have a metro development come in and they're going to do massive development, or the ones that they're doing them somewhere else. But if we just take the single family detached low income, and what we're proposing today is $9,310. You already talked about how expensive that is. Now you want to add $3,800 more to it. We're struggling to have attainable housing. And I don't think that, do I think we need to get there? Yes. But I wouldn't be in favor of voting for that right now. I think where we're at is a starting point, and then we can always work our way into it. It can be a stepped phase if we get there. But I don't think that the market, I don't think between other people that want to build and live here and the builders, I think we're at a very fair spot in our fees at the moment, where what's been proposed. Commissioner Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, once you open this up to the public hearing, you're going to hear what the local builders have to say about that possibility. My guess is that we've got people in the industry sitting out there going, are you out of your ever-loving minds?
Absolutely.
You know, they're here to argue against either raising them at all, or a phased approach, or some of the other things that we heard this morning. We know that we have got to raise these impact fees. Throwing this acquisition fee right on top of it and forcing it through, as I said earlier, is it's ugly, it's messy government. It's not the right way to do this. If we say that we value public input, then we need to actually honor that and give the public, the building industry, the public, you know, those who would support it, time to give feedback. And forcing it through in 8 weeks does not allow that. And, you know, I have respect for Commissioner Barrick, but quite frankly, before October 1st, you only need 4 votes and you got them.
Eric, maybe you can help us. Walk us through a situation where you have a new build. You have an impact fee of single family, $13,000. You're going to have permit fees. Whoever's building a house, they're going to have other fees. They're going to have water, sewer connection fees. Walk us through what that looks like before you ever start building the house.
Sure. So before you even begin construction, you're right, you have to pay an impact fee. You have to pay a building permit fee. You probably have to pay a design professional to prepare.
Give us estimates on those.
I don't want to shoot from the hip. I apologize. But
general idea.
I think I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess high wrong or high low. But it's extensive. It's extensive. You know, you're talking thousands of dollars for a design professional, thousands of dollars for a building permit, $10,000 for impact fees. Then if you're tying onto utilities, you have to pay a connection fee for water and sewer, or you got to purchase a septic tank and drain field. I know a drain field itself is $5,000 because I just did one myself. Septic tanks are much more expensive than that. So tens and tens of thousands of dollars have to be invested before you actually break ground.
So a single family home, you're probably looking easy $35,000 before you start brick and mortar?
Yes, ma'am. A septic tank alone, if you get one of the aerated fancy ones, I call them the fancy ones, so you're looking like $15,000 just for the septic tank.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chair, you asked Eric a question about numbers. Did the state give a baloney or whatever you want to call it about adding the new septic system 3 years ago that brought everything up to minimum $10,000 septic, basically $15,000? Did the state care about that? Or did they just say, this is what you're going to do?
I don't know the backstory on.
Well, were we allowed to let people build anything after that date unless it met the state standards?
It's very often that the state gives us unfunded mandates and requires us to.
Okay, and the acquisition that we're looking at for these transportation roads is not just for 491. We're looking at Rock Crusher, we're looking at Cardinal, we're looking at other projects down the road. Okay? So the acquisition fees are not gonna get smaller. And to have at least an estimate of what acquisition fees would be, to me, is very important. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, ma'am. The answer that I've been most anxiously awaiting is, however this vote ends up going, you said earlier that we cannot line item, on the percentages, right? So all of the land use categories have to go forward at the same percentage. So the question is, can we, and I want a very straight, clear answer on this, there are mechanisms by which, and based on my reading of the statutes, we can work with developers to make sure that we have attainable housing, workforce housing, higher density, multifamily, all of that good stuff that give impact, that carve that out where the impact fees are waived or whatever the mechanism is.
Mechanisms do exist. They
Okay.
are not currently implemented in this county.
But we can do that. Because I do
Waivers
not
are
want to kill workforce housing here.
Waivers are permitted within the statute for
Okay.
impact fees.
Just wanted a clear answer on the record. Thank you. Based on my reading, but just wanted to make sure.
Can we go to the impact fee questions that you all did for us, questions that we asked during the workshop and the answers that you supplied to us?
The questions from Mr. Hall.
Oh,
So those are the questions from Mr. Hall from the workshop.
Reese said he thought that was building one.
so number 6 says imposed fee ordinance does not appear to be in compliance with Florida statute. Can you respond to that?
The impact fee study, as we performed it and as outlined in the report and presentation, is, to my knowledge, in accordance with the impact fee state statutes as outlined in Chapter 163. We've been working with cities and counties on impact fee studies for a decade now around the state, and we've never had any issues with the impact fees that we've proposed.
The other one that I'm where it says which Florida statute allows impact fees to increase more than 100%. Can you tell us how we get there?
I think the confusion might be with 100% as a reflection of cost recovery, meaning that we're calculating these fees and you can collect up to 100% of the fees as shown. And they're seeing the percentage increase being over 100%. So maybe lies the confusion. You can increase fees to any level as long as you go through the extraordinary circumstances procedure. If you didn't go through the extraordinary circumstances procedure, there are defined levels that you cannot increase fees beyond, and that's a 50% threshold. So if the extraordinary circumstances weren't followed by the county, you would only be allowed to increase your existing impact fees by 50%, and then that increase would have to be phased in over 4 years. So be 12.5% a year. So there's nothing in the statute and then after that part of the statute, it says you can exceed these, and it doesn't say you can't exceed past 100%, past 150%. It kind of leaves it open to for the county to adopt what's necessary as outlined in the study.
Any other questions? Is there anything else that you would like him to go through at this point?
Could you repeat the percentage that, I believe it was the school impact fees where we were only collecting at 50%, and that's why it had such an extraordinary jump? So if, just comparing the recommended 100% then versus 100% now, what is the percentage jump there?
So if we were to compare what we're calculating in this study, 5298 is the single-family school impact fee we've calculated, to what was proposed at 100% cost recovery in 2021, it's a 29% increase over that number. The 157% is over what you have adopted, and the county chose to adopt the fee at half the rate. So it's at 50% cost recovery currently, and that's why that increase is so significant. Not only would you be updating the impact fee to reflect current costs and changes in service demand, you'd be updating the impact fee to go from 50% to 100% cost recovery. So it's a combination of both of those factors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go to open to the public if you have nothing else. Everybody ready? Open? Okay. All right. We're going to open this up to the public at this time. Anyone wishing to address the impact fees, please come forward. Please state your name and your address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. Hi there.
Hello, Renee Bedford from Floral City, Florida. I had planned to stand here and point out the statute and millage rate versus population and what defines as needed basis. But I'll go straight to the heart of the soul of the matter. Citrus County residents, not the families that just moved in down the street. I'm talking about the families that are native, born and raised. Their children are attending the same school they went to when they were that age type of families. The ones that make Citrus County a community and not just a weekend golf game with business associates. That is what's wrong with the way our county officials prioritize their constituents. When County Commission is making a decision on an issue that will affect Citrus residents, not just today at this meeting, it will ultimately affect my child's children. That's how a community is. That's how we raise our children. The golden rule that should be installed in all citizens from here and anywhere. What you do today will affect what tomorrow brings. So don't expect the people to comply with an ordinance tax that you yourself don't have to pay or comply to. The Board of County Commissioners is supposed to represent the people of Citrus County and elected to lead and control what and how this community is maintained and to take proper steps or phases to provide a safe place to call your hometown. What needs to happen with the way our county operates is to make the residents a top priority. We, the people, the ones that keep this town operating, the middle class, as we are labeled, grocery stores, cashiers, gas stations, bank tellers, waste disposal workers, plumbers, waitresses, cooks, landscapers. This town could not operate without us showing up to our minimum wage job to provide a basic necessities that set a standard of living. We are what makes the quality of life in Citrus County. Our needs should be top concern to ensure you still have a county to run. With the rise in property taxes, it has forced me to work my life away to ensure someone else's American dream can eventually be built on my granddaddy's old farm that used to raise cattle that kept this small town fed. If this county keeps building over agricultural land, we as a community could not be self-sustainable, living off the land and making a living doing what you love and providing for your family was the family's business. Economic development destroys all that. I wish you guys were more concerned about us being able to afford our homes still, rather than spending all this time worried about, oh, new houses. Anyway, I'm going to continue. I'm running out of time. Economic development destroys all that. Has not only kept this small town going, it's how Citrus County was built on agriculture, citrus, orange groves. Don't get so stuck up that you forgot where your roots are. The roots are the foundation, the solid, the thing we can always count on. It has not failed us yet. We survived the citrus hard freeze. I got 2 more sentences. I will be heard. By finding another way to live off the land, phosphate mining. The Nature Coast has provided resources.
Sorry. 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. Have a good day.
Hello.
Hey, I'm Joe from Beverly Hills. I didn't mean to talk on this, but after sitting at home in my slippers, watching the whole thing this morning, and then coming back, I'm compelled. And
Put them shoes on and run down.
Are you still wearing
40
slippers?
years in corporate America, engineering firms, selling to governments, selling to countries, and so forth. These guys right here, these are big-time vendors to the county, big time. I don't know how much you paid for this particular study. You're talking about amending it, pay him some more, or something like that. These guys need to get off and get behind the door and shove the pizza under the door and bring you a quality product like now. This morning, the slides where Citrus County versus the other counties, that's the single impact service fee. Slides weren't dated. This data, footnote, college 101, freshman year. This source of this information is blah, blah. There was no source whatsoever. One of you called them out on it and said that, I think it was Pasco County that you called out. No answer from the presenter whatsoever. Clearly, this is like a canned presentation that came in here. They were completely unprepared for qualified questions that you guys gave them. Commissioner Barrick, I can't address her, but if I were to address Commissioner Barrick, I would apologize for her numbers being different. Only a few days later, she had a packet, and then these guys are showing slides with different numbers on them than the packet that she had. Completely unacceptable. Right away answer. Multi-million-dollar question. Tens of millions of dollars, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. 100% impact on the matter at hand. They had no answer. They had no clue whatsoever. Davis, you brought up this morning that the Commissioner Davis, ma'am, please, sir, Sergeant. You brought up that how can I get to the place where I'm incentivizing young workers and stuff? Eyes rolled back. I couldn't see the eyes. There was no answer whatsoever. So anyway, at the end of the day, given that these guys are the vendors to you guys, y'all are working hard. Thank you for this morning. If they ever bring you in such a junior high school piece of work again, you just need to stop the presentation and fire them on the spot. And I apologize if it takes another cycle or whatever, 6 months or a year or whatever, it's got to be done. This is junior woodchuck, totally junior high school, 7th grader with good instructions, well, 9th grader with good instructions would bring in a better quality product than what you guys had to work with. Excuse me. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
All right, Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. So to address a couple of things here, we heard that we want to give proper notice to builders, developers, all those people to have input on this. I believe the previous workshop was a month ago, if I'm not, June 23rd, something like that. So my calculations would give us about 2 months. So about the same amount of time that we had for the initial workshop through October would give about the same amount of time frame. So plenty of time there for that if you guys decide that you want to address the issue there. A couple other things. The extraordinary circumstances, we're doing this because of extraordinary circumstances. Everyone agrees that we need the impact fees. We're using the state statute to allow us to do that. I heard there was interest in possibly in right-of-way acquisition into this, and you guys would revisit this again in 6 months, whatever it is. The question I have there, which I don't think was necessarily addressed, if you guys were to bring this back in the future to do the right-of-way acquisition, does that need a new extraordinary circumstance to be able to do that? So if you guys delay or go ahead and vote for it now, decide later on you want to bring it back, is that enough of a circumstance change between now and January, February, March, whatever it is to get that change? Got to remind you guys, delay is the reason that we're in this position in the first place. If you guys aren't happy with the numbers that you guys see and you guys want to discuss further options, it's not good to rush it through, to just get it signed and all that stuff. Get it right the first time rather than doing it a second time later down in the road. If all 5 of you guys agree for it, the October date doesn't matter. The reason the October date is if one of you guys were to vote against it. But again, if you guys were to bring this back in the future, you guys would need all 5 of you guys to change whatever it is in the future. And one thing I did not hear any talk of, which is going to be a major issue, I think, is the Senate Bill 180. What does that look like for this county? Manatee County has been threatened with a lawsuit already for increasing impact fees. Do we see that here in Citrus County? I don't know of any developer that's threatened that here, but that is something to think about. Having 2 recent lawsuits filed against you guys, are you guys willing to fight for that in the future should you guys increase the impact fees, decide to increase them 100%, and then get sued for that? Is that something that you guys are willing to fight for that? So I haven't heard any discussion on that, so I wanted to kind of bring that to your attention for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. So I hate following really smart people because now I feel really stupid. So blonde. I didn't have any intention to really talk on this either, but I watched part of the workshop this morning. You had streaming issues, and I couldn't watch the whole thing. So as it was finally uploaded, I watched part of it. And I, too, was extraordinarily disappointed with the study. I don't think we're ready for prime time. I really don't. I was disappointed in some of the answers, in some of the slides, in some of the fact that you had to ask questions to compare other areas. Yeah, we're low. We're suffering hugely from the really dumb idea we had to stop impact fees years ago. We are so behind the eight ball. I think we should be at the cap at however far we can go, and we need to be the county that is worthy, the county that people come to and understand that you don't come here with your hands out and get everything for free, and you know, be a worthy community member, and that requires a buy-in. We need more. We need so much more. I mean, you guys know how I feel about my brother and sister firefighters. They need so much more. And if you take those caps as far as you can take them. Nobody talks about, you talk about this big number of $13,000. Well, most of these people are going to put it in a mortgage, and it's going to be amortized over 30 years. That's a major consideration. And if you got cash money to be building a house with your, up north money, well, come on down and pay your damn impact fees just like everybody else. I don't think we're ready for prime time. I really think you all have the capability and the smarts to figure out how to let us have other hearings and get the information we need so that we can make a proper decision and not let these 10,000 units that are in the process skate in the meantime. Get them for what they need to put into the prices for the impact fees to be a valued community member and make it happen. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi there.
Anthony Ayo. I agree with a lot of the people have already said that study really should have included the acquisition fee. Really, it should have included it. I don't know why it would have been left out. I mean, it's not like they're new and they don't know how to do things. They know that it's being done throughout the state, okay? And yes, when I first moved here, we had to pay an impact fee. Then there was a moratorium on it for a while, and I was like, a lot of people didn't pay for it. And that was growth that wasn't being paid for, okay? That means we had to pay for it, the residents. So, including, all the schools and all the building and all the roads and everything else. I'm like, yeah, these people are building these new homes, and we're looking at a lot of new homes, and you're talking about $3,000 a pop. That's a lot of infrastructure that we need that money for. Okay, just in Pine Ridge alone, they're talking about putting in 80 new homes, and I'm like, that's 160 cars a day on that one little road. It's a 2-lane road. I'm like, who's gonna pay for widening it? It's got a 4-way stop, so of course we're gonna have to put a light there, right? So all this growth needs to be self-sustaining. They need to be able to pay for their own new roads, their own new water lines, their own new, whatever it is, they need to be absorbing that impact fee because we're for the longest time, we've been absorbing that, and I don't agree with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. So, when we spoke earlier today, we were kind of conciliatory towards you and said we're not going to pick it apart because we agree that impact fees need to be raised. But it reminds me of the time I went to buy a car and it was advertised in the paper for $13,109, and then I came back after lunch and it was almost $18,000, and they said, well, we forgot to put undercoating and all this other stuff on the bill. We didn't come here today for an $18,000 impact fee.
And as Commissioner Kennard said, that could very well shock the system. I don't take up for consultants very often, but he was not asked to put in right-of-way. But everybody's up here bashing him because he didn't put the right-of-way in. That's been a policy of this county for years, that they didn't put right-of-way in. They probably should put right-of-way in the future, but you have to make a decision today. This is an exorbitant increase in impact fees, and the community was supporting you. Pretty much everybody, the business community, the community at large, retirees. But this new wrinkle that's in the thing, that hasn't been advertised, that hasn't been discussed. A lot of this right-of-way is being donated. You all know the developments that are on the drawing board now, or a lot of them are on a four-lane highway where right-of-way is not even an issue. So I just hope that you will think long and hard about being so giddy over a $17,000 or $18,000 impact fee, and then say you're for affordable housing for seniors or young people, because it's very difficult now for the people that are serving us in restaurants, nursing homes, hospitals, to live in Citrus County. So you guys have to think, it's a balancing game. It's not get everything you can, every opportunity. It's, balance this community out, especially when you try to force something through at the end of the day. And I don't think the majority of y'all are planning on doing that, so I'll be quiet now. But the community is largely supporting you with what's been largely discussed over the last few weeks. And if you think that $17,000, $18,000 or more, $20,000, $50,000 impact fees, go out to the community and sell it, and then come back here and vote for it. But right now, we are here for what's on the table, which the consultant, like him or not, has said it's a legally defensible document. Everything in it's legally defensible. So please think about it before you hit that number that big.
Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? We're going to close open to the public and take it back to the board.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
Just to respond to what Mr. Wooten said, those are my thoughts exactly. I said it earlier, I just want it in the back pocket once all of this settles out, months, even a couple of years down the road. If it looks like we've lifted it and we need to be able to go back and add that, then we can. But I'm in absolutely no rush to do that, but I would like it to be part of this study so we don't have to pay for another one or wait 4 years. That's all. I like options in this job and good data.
Sure. Commissioner Barrett?
As I sit here, I'm looking and thinking, remember, the less we collect in impact fees now, the more our current residents are going to have to pay in property taxes to widen the roads and do anything with the roads. So we are protecting our current citizens by saying, take it back, get us the right numbers, okay? The other thing is, when we sit here and say, our mission statement is to manage growth and foster prosperity. The people that are buying these houses are basically not our current residents. They are people that'll be working in Tampa, working in St. Pete, working up everywhere, but not in Citrus County, because the jobs for the price of these houses are not here to pay the salaries. So our teenagers are not going to be the ones paying this. It's going to be people that are coming to our county for what it has to offer. And we keep saying we are the nature coast, and we want to stay the nature coast. So yeah, maybe we'll get less houses built, but we will hopefully get enough finances from the impact fees to help us offset the cost of the roads and transportation. So I'm, and when I look at all these numbers and I have to say, unless he comes back with the right number, I can't vote for something like that. It's got to be right the first time. And it's got to be what we as a county need.
Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm ready to call the vote, but before that happens, I think we all are in agreement, as Commissioner Davis put it, would probably not want to spend money on another study. So what do we need to do to have this nice gentleman just add this into the study, and then we'll just call the vote as it is today?
I have one other caveat that I'd like to add into that.
Well, I can wait.
I would really like for us to consider eliminating the age restricted, because I am fearful that that's all the development that we'll get. And if we're gonna have development, I think it should just be fair and equal across the board and not have a reduced.
Wouldn't we do that at a different time, like approve this, and then later if we want to change our ordinance or however we
so.
collect it, we would do that at a different time?
Age restriction is in our AR as well as in an ordinance. We would have to amend both if that is something you wanted to do.
Do we have to do that today, or can we adopt this and then do that, or do we?
I think you could adopt this today and then amend subsequent at the board's pleasure.
Commissioner, if I may, I think to answer your question, the cleanest way would be to have the consultant provide us the data, which he already has agreed to do. At some future point, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, you say, Eric, pull that data, we want to readdress it. Then we'll start the process over, publicly advertise 2 workshops, give the folks in the audience the time to look at it, digest it, give their feedback, and then the board can adopt it at that time.
So you're in, I'm assuming we don't need to sign anything else or whatever, you're fine. And thank you, and I did want to clarify, I felt kind of bad for you. The county didn't ask you to add that extra data before, so, yeah.
But the one thing I want to note, though, is when you bring it back, or if you bring it back, it would require a 5-0 vote.
Yes, understood.
What vote would?
If you come back and want to add right-of-way acquisition.
Yeah, that I was clear on, so. Madam Chair, to repeat my comment for this audience, if they weren't here this morning, I share your concern about age restricted, because the whole point of doing age restricted with a lower amount is to protect folks that can't afford housing. So as long as we have the ability to have low income, which is lower, it's still not probably low enough, but we can manage the lower income to middle income developments to make sure that we have that housing stock. I am fine with eliminating age restricted, even though that actually hurts me if I decide to build a house.
I'm not ready to make those decisions on the fly.
Madam
We
Chair.
need to come back.
That's a future thing, but I've just said I'm interested in it.
Commissioner Kennard.
I feel like this dead horse has been sufficiently beaten, so I'm going to make a motion. My motion would be that we accept the extraordinary circumstances report that's been presented to us by the consultant the county hired, and adopt the proposed fee schedules that are contained in that report at 100%.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board comment?
Point of clarification. Are you directing the chair and the clerk to execute the ordinance revising Chapter 54 Impact Fee Ordinance of Citrus County Code of Ordinances?
Yes.
And yes to the second. I heard that from him already before.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. H8, you are back.
Madam Chair, I hope this item's a little smoother. H8 is our response to a statute change that requires the Board of Commissioners can no longer review or approve plats. It has to be assigned to an administrative authority, which in this case would be the Growth Management Director. So that would be me presently. And so it's not something that I want. But it's something, I drew the short straw at Lecanto Government
We're
Building.
just going to call you the Plat Czar now.
That's right.
So just want a motion at this point?
Well, we have to open it up to the public.
No, it doesn't
Need the
say public
motion
hearing.
first.
It doesn't say public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Do it.
So
Pardon
motion to approve H8, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor?
Now you open it to the public.
Oh, what the hell are we doing?
Anyone want to comment on Eric Landon being the Plat Czar?
It comes with a Burger King crown.
Would anybody like to comment on the czar of Plats? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Did we congratulate you? I'm not really sure where this falls. Yeah.
Next up is H9, Board Update and Discussion to continue Nature Coast Volunteer Center programming. Eric Head, here you are. It's the Eric Show.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Head, Director of Community Services. Just to set the stage for my colleagues here, back on May 13th, we brought to you the circumstances surrounding the AmeriCorps seniors and the AmeriCorps program as provided that large grant. I won't take anything away from Lindsay's presentation. I just wanted to point out they have worked a couple of different angles. We did, as you requested, go before the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation. She will show that the foundation has decided to provide a conditional pledge. That conditioning being based on the original $68,000 that we have in the budget, which she will show you. And of course, the United Way has also stepped up with an additional $12,000. Specifically, they recognize the value of maintaining and supporting those volunteers throughout the year. So that would total an additional $32,000. We're asking you to, under recommended actions, approve that continuation of the $68,314. That would be the same as last year. That's the funding that is in the current budget and would be in the October 1 budget. And of course, part of that, as you'll see in Lindsay's presentation quickly, is approve the reclassification. We are reducing the supervisor that is currently there. She's been moved to a different position, which Lindsay will describe, but that position will go from a supervisor down to a coordinator, from an exempt position down to an hourly position, and that is to control the costs of the Nature Coast Volunteer Center moving forward. Lindsay will also describe some things about some grants that are still in place. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay Roddenberry, our Support Services Director.
Hi, Lindsay. How are
Hi,
you?
good afternoon, Commissioners. Lindsay Roddenberry, Support Services Director. So I'm here today to go over the Nature Coast Volunteer Center and what we've kind of come up with in light of losing the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program grant funding. Just as a brief overview, NCVC, Nature Coast Volunteer Center, was created in 2000 as the umbrella organization. It was primarily funded through the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program grant funding with county cash match accompanying that. Losing that grant funding does put the entire program in jeopardy, so we have sought additional funding sources as you instructed on May 13th. So some of our volunteers serve in these categories: education, healthy futures, veterans and military families, disaster services, capacity building, that sort of thing. Benefits for our volunteers include supplemental insurance coverage, which we did have some of our stations reach out and say was really crucial to their volunteers to have to come behind because they can't afford to take that coverage on themselves. Annual recognition event, mileage reimbursement, and a quarterly newsletter. According to Points of Light, 10 ways volunteering improves your mental and emotional health is to increase self-esteem, promote civic engagement, reduce stress, resilience building, gives someone a sense of purpose, that sort of thing. So for the additional funding opportunities, we did apply for a Florida Blue Foundation grant for food security, really focusing on our Meals on Wheels drivers and food pantry volunteers. That is, well, we applied for $100,000 per year over the course of 4 years, so it would be a total of $400,000 altogether. We will not find out if we were selected for that grant until September, and if we are selected, that award would go into effect into October. We did present to the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, and as Eric said, they gave us a conditional pledge of $20,000 contingent upon the commissioners continuing with the $68,314 that we previously used as our cash match for the RSVP grant. And the United Way approached us with a donation of $12,000 specifically targeted towards retainment and recognition of our volunteers. And we are committed to continuing to seek alternate funding sources to enhance and expand our programming. So in between our two presentations to the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, AmeriCorps as an agency released their fiscal year 26 congressional budget justification, which indicates that it will be a shutdown year of operations to align with the president's initiative to eliminate the agency as a whole. So that really was a driving force in us rethinking how we were going to move forward. I know our denial letter that our letter that we weren't awarded for the RSVP grant said that we could apply next year or in future years, but if they're indicating that fiscal year 26 is going to be a shutdown year and it's going to cease operations, that grant will no longer be in existence. So we really thought out of the box and we decided to restructure the program. As Eric said, that meant bringing the supervisor down to a coordinator at a lower pay grade. The RSVP grant supported 2 full-time positions. The other person that served as a senior program assistant has been moved into another position that became available within support services. And so we would just bring the entire program to one coordinator, and that significantly reduces the staffing costs, which were the major portion of the grant funding that was required. And as you can see in our proposed budget here, we did include the conditional pledge from the Community Charitable Foundation of $20,000 and the donation from the United Way of $12,000, specifically going into the United Way's funds, specifically going into volunteer recognition and retention. And it's much less than it was when we approached you in May. So the purpose of this one staff member, this one coordinator, is to kind of serve as the one-stop shop, the person that can recruit volunteers, recruit stations, match those volunteers with the stations, really take on that emergency support function 15 for volunteers and donations. Previously, Lori Diesler, the former Nature Coast Volunteer Center supervisor and newly selected historical resources manager, she has served in that role. So she would really work with the new persons, should you choose to approve the reclassification, to train them so we have more than one person identified that can step in times of disaster. And then they would take care of all of the programming, like I said, the recruiting, the matching, the placing, the retaining. They would make sure that all of the volunteer mileage reimbursement got handled appropriately. And they would continue our charitable drives, the Socks and Shoes drive, the Healthy Food drive, and our 9/11 responder appreciation. So we did come up with some deliverables and outcome measures to show that our program and our volunteers make a difference in the community. I know we all know that they do, but to see them quantified. So we looked at previous volunteer satisfaction surveys. As you can see on this slide, the past 2 years, a majority of our volunteers felt that being a Nature Coast Volunteer Center volunteer enriched their life and made it more meaningful, and they felt that their service made a difference in our community. These are just a couple of examples of what our volunteer survey looks like and a couple of answers. It's really the testimonials at the bottom that really outline how enriching the program is for them. And then we have the data. Currently, we have 395 registered volunteers and 47 registered stations throughout Citrus County. From April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025, which was the RSVP grant cycle, so that's how we track that data. We had 378 active volunteers that reported a total of 51,181.25 hours, and that is at a value of $1.78 million. And these are just a couple of the references to show where I got my information from, and that concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Madam Chair?
No, but I just want to congratulate you on what an excellent presentation. I appreciate all the detail that you put into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
So as a member of the 4CF board, I had the pleasure of just once, because I think I was at FAC on the second. So I'm very excited that the board did that. And I'm also want to give a shout out to United Way for that. But I also pulled Erica's, or I may have outed y'all publicly, I can't remember. The first time they came to present to 4CF, I told Erica, I was like, why are you even presenting? I was like, your bench is awesome. They did a fantastic job. So they're not only smart team members, but they're really, really good at presenting and telling the story. So kudos.
Thank you.
Commissioner
And
Finnegan.
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
I think Commissioner Finnegan has something she'd like to say.
I'll say this and then I'll second your motion. I wanted to thank you, Lindsay and Lori and Eric, because I think it's phenomenal that you're keeping a program and with zero extra dollars this year, not even a little cost. And I do want to thank the United Way. I saw George here earlier, but I don't know if he's here anymore. And the Charitable Foundation for pitching in to make this possible. And congratulations, Lori, on your promotion, I guess. Okay, a promotion. And thank you. Lori was so valuable during our hurricanes also. But the three of you, I think, have done a remarkable job. We're paying $0 more to keep a fabulous program. So.
Yeah, and that's no casting no aspersions on Mr. Head, of course. He's an excellent presenter as well, but his bench is awesome. Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve H9, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Would anybody like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Congratulations, Lori. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McGrath. I'm a lead organizer for Sierra Club, Florida. It's an honor to be able to be here to be able to present before this board. I want to thank the chair for inviting me today for this workshop on this discussion on a more comprehensive fertilizer ordinance. I personally worked on this subject matter for a number of years across different communities in Hillsborough, Orange County, Miami-Dade, Hernando County as well. So I'm excited to be able to share what Sierra Club wishes to be able to address for Citrus County's more comprehensive fertilizer ordinance, be able to have some discussions with you all about this. So. Chair Bates, look like you wanted to make a statement or no? You want me to proceed?
Proceed.
Very good. So what should be considered for a more comprehensive fertilizer ordinance? Since 2007, more than 18 counties and 100 municipalities have adopted strong protective policies around managing stormwater, right? And here are the provisions that really we try to secure in those ordinances, right? A strict rainy season ban on fertilizer containing nitrogen and phosphorus from June 1st through September 30th. Annual nitrogen application limits of 4 pounds per 1,000 square feet, a requirement of minimum slow-release nitrogen content requirements of at least 50%, year-round fertilizer-free zones of at least 25 feet from any surface waters or wetlands, as well as no exemptions for commercial applicators or lawn care professionals. Next slide, please. So the areas that we need to improve, or we can improve within Citrus County's current fertilizer ordinance, is to add a seasonal restriction from June 1st through September 30th. We also want to make sure that we remove the exemption for certified applicators. That way the folks who do it themselves are abiding by the same laws as certified applicators as well. And finally, we want to increase the slow release nitrogen fertilizer requirement to 50%. Next slide, please. So the impact of stakeholders, make sure we actually get this done for a countywide manner would be Citrus County. This is the opportunity for you all to lead on this endeavor, be able to make sure that we have a strong policy And also, we will also initiate conversations with the city of Inverness and also Crystal River as well, and we'll also get them on board as well. But this would apply to unincorporated Citrus County, and then we also get the other local governments involved with this to make sure that everyone has the same policy so it's uniform across the board. But as I said, we have initiated those conversations also with the city of Inverness and also Crystal River as well. Next slide, please. So the question people often have is like, what is exempted, right, from this ordinance? I want to be very clear, this only applies to turf grass, to lawns, right? This is not going to apply to agricultural operations, right? This is already language from your current ordinance right now as far as exempted activities. So we have bona fide farm operations as defined by the Florida Right to Farm Act. Other properties not subject to are covered under the Florida Right to Farm Act that have pastures used for grazing livestock. Any lands used for bona fide scientific research, including but not limited to the research of the effects of fertilizer use on urban stormwater, water quality, agronomics, or horticulture. Land use in golf course operations, as well as athletic fields, and also land use for vegetable gardens, provided they are not within 15 feet of any water body or wetland. And that's language I did add to make sure that we can have something that's reasonable for folks who want to be able to grow vegetable gardens in their backyards as well. Next slide, please. So this is a table that looks at what other counties have as far as their provisions across the board. They're very similar in climate and also springs and other things that are impacted by fertilizer. So you can see that many of these communities already have this ban in place for the rainy season, right? From June 1st to September 30th. There are some caveats to that. Hernando County does have a winter season ban as well, like you all do as well. And Alachua County has a July 1st through February 28th ban. They also all have requirements for at least 50% slow release nitrogen content requirements. Some communities such as Orange County and also Seminole County actually have a 65% slow release nitrogen requirement. And then they also have, they do not require basically a phosphorus test for, you have to have a phosphorus test or soil test done in order to be able to use phosphorus fertilizer during the non-prohibited season. So that's something that's also required in each of these ordinances as well.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I've got a quick question for
Sure.
you. What we're talking about is a minimum of 50% slow release nitrogen. And I'm assuming, and for those watching at home, that the more slow release nitrogen, the better. The less fast release, the better, correct?
That's correct.
So we're shooting for 50%. You just said there's another community who's set their goal at 65% minimum slow release. Why are counties not shooting for 100% slow release and trying to be done with the fast release stuff altogether if that's what's helping to grow algae and so forth in our waterways?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think I'd love to be able to see, I haven't seen an ordinance ever that has 100% requirement for slow release nitrogen. That's something I would have to research some more. But I think it's something that we can certainly strive for. But this 50% slow release nitrogen requirement, that's something that has become an industry standard, right, from fertilizer companies and whatnot. So it's something that we can certainly try and look more into. But when you look at the guarantee analysis, and I'll get to this section as well later in my presentation, that's really what we're trying to basically look at, the guarantee analysis for the slow release nitrogen content requirement on the label of the package of the fertilizer.
So what was the community you said is at 65% minimum?
Yeah, that'd be Seminole County and also Orange County. And then Miami-Dade County also has a 65% slow release nitrogen requirement as well.
And would the Sierra Club be opposed to us going to 65% minimum as opposed to 50%?
No, 50% is the minimum. That's what we want as far as the lowest level, but we would certainly be encouraged by 65% and would definitely support that.
Let's do better.
Let's do better. I agree. Any other comments on that section?
Yes, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm a little confused by on this particular slide, the seasonal restriction variations. So it looks like the preponderance is June 1st to September 30th, which is the heavy rainy season, right? Why is Alachua July 1st to February 28th? That doesn't include.
I did not personally work on that ordinance. It makes no sense in my mind either. I wish that we could have a June 1st date for Alachua County, but it's something that they decided to go forward with, and they have their own reasons. So.
And to Commissioner Kennard's point, to do basically best practices. If we're going to do this, let's just do best practices. what would be the best practice in terms of a restricted period? Is it bigger than June 1st to September 30th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is it longer than June 1st to September 30th? Should it be extended? Because some of these, December 15th to March 15th at Hernando, for example.
Yep.
Plus June 1st to September 30th.
Yes, so your current ordinance has, as we see in this table right here, from November 1st and March 31st. So you could maintain that period of time, and that is also the dormant season for turf grass. It's not growing. You don't need to fertilize it during that period of time of the year, as it is. You know, it'd be better to have both a winter ban and also summer ban if you all wanted to, and just make sure. And I'm going to get to this in my presentation as well. When the allowable period of time is when you can fertilize, make sure your turf grass is healthy, would be in the fall and spring, excuse me. So there are periods of time that when actually this does make sense to fertilize. I myself have St. Augustine grass. I apply slow release nitrogen fertilizer in April and May, and my grass stays green all summer long. So.
I have Bahia, so
yeah,
even better.
Yep.
Then somewhere in here, I know we haven't gotten through the presentation, but I'd really like to know how the enforcement happens with Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart. So this isn't a paper tiger, but carry on.
Very good. I will
yield
address
the
those
floor.
comments. I know that those are concerns that other folks in the audience have as well. So
Just one moment,
just had
Commissioner
one-
Barry.
I just have one comment.
Sure.
We do have an ordinance, in fact, in place, okay? And we're talking about the amount of algae. So I'd like to know what % has the algae gone down since our ordinance is in place, or how much has the algae gone up?
Yep. So actually, I'm very glad you asked that question. Those are the last two slides of my presentation, and those estimates come from DEP. So if you'll be a little patient, we can get to that in that portion of the presentation. Lovely. Next slide, please. So this is every ordinance in Florida for these fertilizer ordinances is based on scientific data, right? This is 110 years of rainfall data that comes from Swift mud, right? It's collected from rain gauges. So you can see and this is for Citrus County specifically, right? So you can see there's a very pronounced rainy season from June 1st through September, right, where it's above normal averages. So that's the reason why we're trying to adopt a fertilizer ordinance that has a strict prohibitive season during the rainy season, because it has a scientific basis for this. So the data speaks for itself. Next slide, please. So this actually was an opinion piece actually in the Tampa Bay Times, written by Swift Mud. So do you know the best time to fertilize the lawn in Tampa Bay, right? And you'll see that they recommend using slow release nitrogen fertilizer and also applying it in the spring, right, particularly April and May, and also in the fall as well. So this is something that, you know, different state agencies can actually help with public education efforts on. And yeah, so that actually kind of speaks for itself. Next slide, please. So slow and steady saves the spring, right? So really having the slow release nitrogen fertilizer, right, is the best way to make sure that you actually have healthy turf grass when you apply it. So, you know, unlike outdated nitrogen fertilizers, slow release fertilizer releases a steady amount of nitrogen over time, right? That ensures that the root zone of your grass has the nutrients it needs for the summer months. And also when you have those quick release fertilizers, right, you really only get like a short burst, right? And actually we'll actually have to spend more money on fertilizer over time. So the ROI is just not there. So this actually allows you to save money and also helps us save our springs as well. Next slide. And of course, if folks have concerns about, you know, the aesthetics of the grass, whether it's green enough or not, there are summer-safe products out there that contain iron and magnesium. That's a compliant product that does not contain nitrogen and phosphorus. That allows folks to be able to apply these summer-safe alternatives and be able to have green and lush grass over the course of the year as well. So the really easy way to educate around this, right, is just make sure you double the zeros on the guarantee analysis, and that's how you know you have a compliant product during the summer months. Next slide. So yeah, I love this graphic from Lee County. Give your fertilizer routine summer vacation. It's hot, y'all. I mean, I don't think anyone really wants to be out there fertilizing and, you know, doing things in their grass. So and also it has some negative impacts as well when you over fertilize. It makes your plants more susceptible to disease and pests such as chinch bugs or other infestations. It's a waste of money, right? This is a way to actually make sure you save your own pocketbook some cash, and also the runoff causes harm to our environment and is bad for water quality. So, and then finally, right, Florida soils usually have plenty of phosphorus and really rarely need more. Next slide. Yeah, and these are some examples of the public education efforts that are done by different communities. So public education can be a fun way to actually help people understand the connection between their lawn and also the health of our waterways. You don't feed the monster for the algae monster, Lingbia, that really chokes out a lot of our submerged aquatic vegetation. Making the connection between my yard and my springs. This comes from Orange County. Protect Our Fund is a slogan that's used by Beef Floridian over in the greater Tampa Bay area as well. And also finally, keep the bay blue, not green. Skip the fertilizer this summer is a graphic that comes from Sarasota County. So there's lots of a repository of information that we can draw upon and that we can actually use to help implement this effort. And so we can create lasting behavior change. So we don't have to start from scratch. That's what I'm trying to say. We're also currently partnering actually with Hernando County as well on a lot of their public education efforts, which has been very helpful and helping people understand, the new laws in place. Their ordinance was passed back in 2023, and we're just trying to make sure that people understand the new rules and regulations and what needs to be done for compliance. So for an enforcement issue, and I'll address that also in the next slide as well. Next slide, please. So Alachua County has a really good public education effort known as the Join the 68% That Go Fertilizer Free campaign, right? And basically what this really helps to do is it helps to normalize action, right? Makes it very clear that other folks are already doing this and that it helps to encourage other people to join the majority in this effort. Creates a social norm, right? Seeing your neighbors do this makes it so that it's not something that you feel like it's an exception, but it's actually something that everyone else has to go along with together, because really these water quality issues all take us a joint effort together, collective action together. And also helps shift the narrative, right? So rather than focusing on enforcement and also penalizing folks and slapping people fines, which when you already have a code enforcement office that has limited capacity, this is a way that we can actually do that helps to really create community pride and also collective impact. And then finally, it emphasizes the personal role, right? It frames compliance as a personal contribution to protecting local springs and waterways, and really uses a positivity as opposed to punitive measures. We of course can, code enforcement can of course go ahead and slap people fines if they were reported violations. Certified applicators are required to use to go through a training with IFAS extension known as the Green Industries Best Management Practices. And during those trainings with IFAS, they will have to comply. They will be trained and educated upon what the local regulations are in place there, right? So if you have an ordinance that has a strict rainy season ban, IFAS is going to educate the applicators as far as what they can and cannot do, right? And then a county can also administer decals that go onto the trucks of the certified applicators as well. There's tons of examples of that across the entire state that we can emulate for Citrus County as well. That would help us to make sure that our applicators are trained, they have the decals on the truck, residents can actually report that to code enforcement, and we can go from there. Does that address concerns around enforcement?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Coming from a marketing background, this is probably my favorite slide of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because this is the way to move action. It's it normalizes the action instead of the punitive aspect. But do you work with the big box stores at all to have any sort of conversation with them or anything that they are pulling stuff off the shelves that is not compliant during the restricted times, but also flipping that script like this and actually using that as a point of public education with point of purchase displays, with the the things that are allowed that they can still sell during the restricted season?
Yes, so we can put a provision in the ordinance. There is language out there that requires a conspicuous notice at the point of sale. And that'd be a way that we could actually provide a placard right on the shelves of the retail locations saying, do not apply this sort of fertilizer during the summer months because it will pollute the bay, our springs, et cetera. So that's something we can actually put into the ordinance. So that way it's distributed by the county to these different retailers, and they have to hang it at the point of sale so you can help to educate residents and consumers.
But is there any requirement that they remove the products from the shelves that are not compliant?
I wish we could have a requirement to have a sales ban in place as well. Unfortunately, the legislature preempted the ability for local governments to be able to authorize that back in 2011. The only counties that were grandfathered in to have a sales ban are Pinellas County and the city of Tampa.
I might be naive and just a little hopeful that big box stores would still want to be good partners with the community. And if you give them an opportunity to do the right thing by selling products that are compliant, and speaking, every time I rarely fertilize just because it's very confusing to me, and then I have to go do the research and figure out what I want to do. And a lot of times I'm on the fly picking up something else at Lowe's, and I'm like, I can't make this decision right now. If you make it easy for people in there to do the compliant thing during the restricted times, I think a lot of people that are very protective of our nature coast and waterways would actually want to do the right thing if they make it easy. And I personally would prefer giving my dollars to a big box store that makes that easy on me to do the right thing by our waters.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
and certainly, and
but I'm
something
just
we
one
can,
person.
And something we can certainly partner on, right, is putting together a workshop that helps to educate a lot of these retailers, whether it be the managers, the owners, whatever have you, about the new regulations in place. And that way they can actually, from a purchasing standpoint and also from a supply chain standpoint, they can actually go ahead and be like, oh, let's make these adjustments. We can actually don't inadvertently have these things on the shelf that customers might buy instead and not unbeknownst to them of the new regulations. So that's something we can certainly explore together.
And certainly their buying agents need to have a heads up so they don't overstock during those periods too.
Absolutely, yep. Any other questions on this slide? Go ahead.
I got a question. Where did you get your 68%? In other words, where did you get your information and your data so that, I could say 52%, or I could say, I want to know where you got your information on the for this slide.
Sure, this comes from Alachua County's website for their fertilizer ordinance. So if you
Okay, how many people were surveyed?
That'd be a question that I don't have the answer to right now because I don't work for Alachua County.
Okay, so it was from another county in Florida, and you don't know how the survey was taken, but they're telling us, that's what I'm saying. I see a lot of these things where, well, this is 50% better, this is 20% better, whatever. And when you go back and find out where did the information come from, well, she was the person in charge of the advertising and she made it up.
Sure.
Okay, and that's why I'm wondering, we have an ordinance. And I sat here when they brought the lady from the university to explain why we have the ordinance we have. We also have an ordinance that I'd like to know how many people have actually gotten cited for, or what was done with the ordinance so far that we have in place, that this is going to change anything, okay? An ordinance is nice, but is it going to change anything, okay? To me, you're putting in a lot of work, and I really appreciate what you're doing, but to be bringing this to us and saying, well, we need another way, we're trying to keep as much of what we do easy for people to follow. And the stores don't have to put the stock that you want in the store. They put what sells. So we can't say to the store, you can't sell it. So at any point in time, you can go out and buy it. And the last time we did this thing with the ordinance, all of the people that have their own lawn services were able to use whatever fertilizer they wanted. And it didn't make a hill of beans. I don't think anybody has ever turned in anybody for putting the fertilizer down. I mean, if my neighbor puts down fertilizer, do I care when they put it down? That's up to them. Not up to, not, and I'm sorry. It's nice to do all of this, and it really does, it makes a really nice presentation, and I feel that we need to be our own stewards and monitor the things. That's why I asked earlier, what does the data show as to how much algae? Not for temperature, because I know some of the algae comes because of temperature. I want to know how much extra is there now since we put the ordinance in place back in the early 2000s. Did it change or did it stay the same? Okay? And did it change at the sea side of the county, or did it change at the lake side of the county, or did it come to the rivers and the streams? To me, that's information we should be able to say, okay, our rivers are getting such and such. It's been documented by so-and-so. Our lakes are getting this. Yeah, that to me is what I need to know as a commissioner.
I understand.
Okay?
So I'm going to try and address your questions in order here.
Thank you.
And if you have follow-up questions, I encourage you to ask them as well. So this this campaign came from Alachua County, right? And I would love to connect you with Stacy Greco, who is their project manager from an administrative standpoint for administering this public education effort and also helping you understand how they got these survey results. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we're not trying to create a whole new ordinance. We're trying to modify your existing ordinance to get stronger provisions in place that have a rainy season ban and also requirements for slow release nitrogen.
Let me stop you a second. The person from the university explained the rainy season, we don't need to ban because there is more rain, and because there's more rain, it watered down the chemicals, and that was why the university said we didn't need to ban it in the summer. That was what we were told, and that was a lady that does this for a living. And the board at that point in time had brought her in as a consultant. Okay, so that was why the summer months were fine. Most people don't fertilize in the summer very much anyhow because it is the rainy season. You can't get out there in between the rain.
Yeah, I think was the person who gave the presentation from IFAS Lori Trentholm?
I don't remember her name, okay, because it's a few years back.
Right.
But they brought someone in from the university up in Gainesville, and that was her specialty. So that was why, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was Commissioner Kitchen that brought her in.
Okay.
That's how long ago it's been. But there was someone brought in to give us information.
Right, and what I presented to you today, right, is the data from the rainy season, right? And
Okay.
we've seen that accumulation of 110 years of historical rainfall data from Swift Mud, showing that there is a clear relationship to heavy rainfall events during the summer months, and that's exactly when you don't want to fertilize, because when you have those heavy rainfall events, it causes the fertilizer to become soluble and then leach or run off into adjacent waterway, or in the case of our spring karstology, it will actually percolate down into the ground and then exit a spring vent, causing excess nitrogen, which then fuels harmful algae such as Lingbia that then hurts habitat for a number of species. So it looks like there was perhaps a question or a desire for a question.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for coming. I asked you to come and make this presentation, and I think there's going to be some input from the public as well. But you know, we have 3 first magnitude springs. The state is putting in a tremendous amount of money to help us with Homosassa and Crystal River. I think there's a lot of work still to be done. I think enforceability is really the primary issue here. We all have to be cognizant of the fact and take care of our waterways. It is part of our economy and how we diversify our revenues, and we have to do whatever we can to take care of that. So I think Commissioner Davis had something.
Very well said, Chair Bays. I agree with everything you just said. I know you have 2 more slides, but I'm actually ready to make a motion if you would entertain it, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So it says, direct the county attorney to prepare and bring forward for board consideration an ordinance that includes the following provisions. Rainy season fertilizer ban, prohibit the application of fertilizers containing nitrogen and/or phosphorus from June 1st through September 30th of each year. I would say that we add that to our current season that is already in the ordinance, so this would be an additional period. The annual nitrogen limit the total annual application of nitrogen to no more than 4 pounds per 1,000 square feet. Slow release nitrogen requirement, require that at least 65% of any applied nitrogen be slow release formulation. Fertilizer-free buffer zones, establish year-round fertilizer-free zones of no less than 25 feet from the edge of any surface water body or wetland. I also see that in that chart, the comparison chart, you had no phosphorus without tested deficiency, and many other counties do that. I would like to add that to our ordinance as well. And additional measures include other cost-effective and easily implemented measures that will further enhance environmental protection and water quality. And that is my very long motion, Madam Clerk. But I tried to go slow.
Is that in the backup somewhere where I can get that?
It is the brief overview on the agenda item.
Okay.
What I added, that's, I just read it all into the record. The addition, the three changes to that. One is, we are adding June 1st to September 30th. We are not getting rid of our current, you have it off the top of your head, right? What is
Yes.
what's our current one?
It is November 1st through March 30th.
31st, right?
31st, excuse me, yes, you're right, it's 31 days in March.
It's adding to our current restricted season. The second change is require that at least 65% be slow release. And the third change is no phosphorus application without tested deficiency.
Sorry, repeat that last one, please.
No phosphorus application without tested deficiency. And otherwise, it's verbatim for the agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
Yes, so I have 2 slides left, and that, I think it addresses your concerns around nitrogen loading for our spring sheds.
So I'm going to second her
Yep,
motion.
very good.
Go ahead.
Lovely. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is something that comes from DEP as part of the Basin Management Action Plans. They use a nitrogen source inventory loading tool to make these estimates for the total nitrogen loading for a outstanding Florida spring. So this is the one for the Homosassa Chaswitzka spring group. They consolidate them into one BMAP. So you can see that urban turf fertilizer contributes up to 15% of nitrogen loading. And this is, you can find this on page 30 on the publicly available 2025 BMAP document. Next slide, please. And this is for the Crystal River Basin, Kings Bay Crystal River Basin Management Action Plan. And 22% of urban turf fertilizer is a source of nitrogen for that outstanding Florida spring. So it's something that's very cost effective to implement and also to be able to address a source of pollution in a preventative way, compared to septic sewer conversions, right, which are very expensive, very controversial. We heard that earlier today. This is a no-brainer. So, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Finnegan.
The motion on the table, and the second I realized there was no change with commercial applicators. I feel like that if we're making a motion, that's going to be one of probably the most important part.
I would concur with that also.
That's a really good catch, Commissioner Finnegan.
Chairman?
I don't know if you want to amend
Said
it?
Chair. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Since we're asking for clarification on the motion, the fifth
Is your mic
point-
on?
Yes,
I
it is.
missed that, it's highlighted.
The fifth point says include other cost-effective and easily implemented measures. Do you have those measures listed somewhere in the backup that I missed, or is he to provide me with a list afterwards that you want incorporated within your ordinance as to some specificity?
Hey, staff wrote that agenda item, so I'm just reading it off.
I'm asking for direction.
I really don't know, but I would like to amend my motion that commercial applicators are not exempt.
I'll second.
It's
The amended
highlighted.
motion.
I don't know how I missed that. I was looking at the chart and still missed it.
I mean, we can.
And I had one more thing with that too, when I was listening to the motion. I know that we currently have a fertilizer ban during those months, but I think Mr. McGrath was saying that if people want to fertilize, there is some that's safe, that has 0 nitrogen, the double zeros, right? But we don't have any way, we have a full ban, I think, by your motion.
So is the question, is that permissible? Is that the question?
Well, I wouldn't, with all due respect, asking you for permission.
Yeah, so.
I would be wanting to know if right now, from our attorney, if it's
That's a good
permissible.
point.
And then if we need to adjust our ordinance so that if someone wanted to fertilize with those double zeros, if
That's
that would
good
be
year
where-
round?
That's good year round because
Okay.
when you read the ordinance, the ban is on fertilizer containing nitrogen and phosphorus. Those
Okay.
2 key ingredients, right?
Those are the first 2 numbers,
So when from a public education standpoint, all you have to do is tell people double the zeros from June 1st through September 30th, and you're in the clear.
So I do want to say, because when this was first brought up, and we've had many conversations, that I had some concerns because of being able to enforce this. But what I realized is we may not. But when somebody is looking for the information on the correct way to protect our springs, and we have this in written form, this is maybe one tool to help that. Because obviously, if people are spreading, they don't know how much nitrogen is in a bag. But for people that are really trying to do the right thing, or they're looking for guidance, at least we're providing guidance, especially when we, especially yours truly, wants the state to supply us with more septic to sewer money. It's nice to show them that we're doing what we can do on
Absolutely.
our end to reduce the nitrogen content. And although we might not catch every infraction, I think this is the one step in the right direction.
Very well said.
Did you have something?
Yeah,
Commissioner
I'm
Barrett.
still gonna ask the same questions. Number one, you said 18 counties, okay. That still leaves 59 or 51 counties that haven't agreed to this. Okay, number one. Number two, we aren't enforcing what we already have, because I haven't heard of anybody going to jail or getting cited for using the wrong fertilizer. Number three, now you're saying you want to penalize the lawn care people for fertilizing. Yeah, they can use 0-0, okay. We have a thing in place, okay, that covers, certain things. We had a person come from the state and explained that at certain times of the year, you don't do it, and on the rest of the year, other things. Why are you trying to reinvent the wheel and change this? That's my question.
To respond to your question directly, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I provided the clerk a handout that has the 18 counties and also 100 municipalities that have these provisions in place already. This is something that's been vetted. Each of these ordinances that goes through has to be vetted by FDEP and also FDAC before they are compliant. We work very closely with various county attorneys' offices to make sure that the provisions we put in place are actually legally acceptable, right, per state statute. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. This is something that other local governments have been able to have been actually leading on because they care about water quality, they care about property values, and also they care about quality of life for their residents.
All right, I care about that stuff. I really do. But my questions earlier were, how much did the algae go up? Or did it go down? Or did it stay the same? We have the ordinance for God knows how many years.
Yes.
Okay, and you're telling me that all of a sudden, people are gonna abide by an ordinance if we add different months, and it's gonna make changes. I wanna know what changes it's gonna make and what percentages, and where's the data to show it's gonna make changes? So you're telling me so many counties agreed to it. Well, there's more counties that didn't agree to it than did agree to it. Now, is the same ordinance going around in other states? Can you get data from other states, maybe? I don't think Lowe's or Home Depot is gonna stop selling fertilizer just because we say this or that in an ordinance.
Yep.
Okay, so the thing is, it's a waste of time at this point in my book. Okay, we have an ordinance. We spent time getting that ordinance. We brought people in here to explain why we needed that ordinance, and it was approved, and it went right on through because we had the data. Now, to me, we talked about having data earlier, and every time I hear we need data, we need numbers. Okay, today I'm actually got my voice back, and I'm actually talking and asking questions because I've been sitting back for 6 months, and people probably don't like what I'm saying, but I am here asking questions that I want answers to. Where is the data coming from, and what kind of data do you have? How much damage has been done since the ordinance that we put in place? And how many people have actually gotten cited or gone to jail for not abiding by the ordinance?
I don't have the answer to the question about how many people have gone to jail or cited, but I can certainly make a public records request to your code enforcement office and find that answer out to you, answer for you if you like. I can tell you that since 2018, based on the last basin management action plan that was adopted for the RL St. Florida Springs and Citrus County, that nitrogen loading has gone up, and that's coming from DEP. So your nitrogen loading is going up, and that's the state saying that. So, that's the data I have.
Okay.
Madam Chair, maybe it's time to hear from the public.
Let's open this up to the public. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the time.
We're going to open this up to the public. Anyone that would like to address this agenda item, please come forward and state your name and your address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Noah Adara, and I'm from Inverness.
Folks, can you give this young lady her due? We want to hear her.
Thank you.
Yes.
Alrighty. First of all, I would like to thank each of the commissioners for your service and for being here today, and I promise it'll be very short. My name is Noah Dara. I'm 17, and I'm an Academy of Environmental Protection graduate over in Crystal River and the Citrus County student leader of Sierra Club. Above all that, though, I'm a proud Citrus County-born resident. I'm coming here today in support of the fertilizer ban. As a resident of Citrus County, I worry what will happen. I worry what will happen when the fertilizer runs off into our rivers and our springs, and what that will mean for our wildlife. Our beautiful, clear, healthy waters are what we are known for. We're the nature coast after all, and I, among many others, want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, I'm Athena Phillips. I'm with the Citrus chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society. I'm here today on their behalf. We support the amendment to the summer season restrictions for the fertilizer ban. Thank you. Nitrogen pollution clearly is an issue in our waterways. It affects our aquatic ecosystems, the plants and the animals that are in them. We, citizens and our leaders, have to take seriously our stewardship of the land that we live on and our responsibilities to it. It's been very easy to kick the can down the road. Complacency doesn't breed awareness. It's difficult oftentimes to take actions, and this is a small action that we can take. It would be good for us to be able to show that we are showing some interest and some care for the future of our community. So just to keep it short, our chapter does support the amendment being extended to the summer season ban. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Cloud. I'm a resident of Homosassa. I've lived in Citrus County for 33 years, and I feel very strongly, as the other speakers, that we really care about this community. We appreciate your support. We are part of the environment. We are not above the environment. So what we do affects our water, affects our air. I have to say that I feel like green lawns are not more important than our water, protecting our water. And I'm asking you please to vote to protect our water. Thank you again for letting us talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next, please. Hi.
Hello. My name's Eugene Kelly. I'm here representing the Florida Native Plant Society. I'm the president of the Native Plant Society, a resident of Brooksville. Although I don't live in Citrus County, I do live in the Chassahowitzka Spring Shed. So I do my part to help protect that spring from nutrient pollution by way of Hernando County's ordinance. And I hope you will support the ordinance and the motion as it was stated. I don't want to repeat everything that everybody else has said. I just want to point out that I know one of you brought up septic to sewer conversions, and hoping that you can get more money from the state to help fund those. I don't have to tell you how expensive those kinds of projects are. And the whole point for doing that is to reduce nutrient pollution of our aquatic ecosystems, our waterways. This fertilizer ordinance is a low-cost, high-benefit approach for achieving the same result. So I think it's a really straightforward decision. It's a lot easier than septic to sewer conversions, and I hope you will vote in favor.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Mr. Cool.
How are you all today?
Mr. Vergara, I see you out there too.
I'm still here, you know. Commissioners, and I would just like to speak right to the point. I totally favor this ordinance that you're considering. I think you have done well to have the public and all speak today and to consider all the points. And I truly appreciate you doing it now. Madam Chairman, you can cut me off at any point. I'm going to stay under the 3 minutes, but this is a credibility thing. And I just think it's good for me to tell you, I was born and grew up in St. Petersburg, Gulfport area. We lived very near the waters. You know, I've lived in Floral City now for 30 years on Lake Salapopka. I've seen it deteriorate over that period of time in terms of algal growth. One quick story is I have a neighbor who came to me knowing I'd been in water management for some years, said he could not get his boat away from his dock because of the algae in his front yard. These are good people, good, nice people. He fertilizes probably, I'm guessing, 4 or 5 times a year. I said, Tom, it's your fertilizer, you know? And he's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. Hey, so I've been there, as I say, 30-some years. I'm just telling you a bit of my background, just to have you know I've seen a lot here in Florida. Unfortunately, I worry about us for the reasons that have already been discussed. I started out when I was going to the University of Florida. I was a co-op student, which meant you worked every other semester and then went to school. I worked for Pan American World Airways, which we all know has been gone for years, in their environmental section. Being the 19-year-old co-op student, I was a guy that was sent up the weather tower 500 feet to check on the weather vanes and the recording information. I'm just telling you that's where I started out with this thing about Florida. I have a master's degree in environmental engineering. I worked as the executive director at Swift Mud. I was the operations director there. I was a regulatory director there. The county of Hillsborough hired me because as a regulatory director, I was informed by the board that they wanted me to make sure that in their permit, they were required to build a desalination plant. So guess what? Hillsborough County hired me away from Swift Mud to come down and help them design that, and they successfully did it. That took about a year. Swift Mud, I spent 15 years there. And some of the best years of my life. Governor Graham was in office and truly did everything he could to help Florida's environment. Would come down and visit with us, would sit on the side of a river when he was doing the Save Our Rivers program. I just feel like we need to know some of the background here in terms of people that have worked hard. Citrus County Public Works, former county administrator here, former county administrator in Hernando County, Public Works Director in Sumter. I've been around. I'm just saying this is important, and I strongly hope that you'll consider it. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here this afternoon.
And I don't think he actually stated his, obviously we all know who he is, but he didn't state his name for the record, though.
Get back up here and tell us your name.
You know the rules. Come on, Gary.
We need your name for the
Gary
record.
Kuhl, K-U-H-L.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
No.
He just said he lived in
Yeah.
What's that?
And she called him Mr. Cool, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But he
One of
needs
the
to
problems
state,
I can't
sorry,
remember.
you know the rules.
I know. They don't call him Mr. Cool for nothing.
He is. He is. He's a star. And my name is Art Jones, and many of you know me as the one rake at a time guy. I've been battling that Lingbia algae, which feeds off nitrogen, for a long time. And it makes sense to do this rainy day ordinance. Makes perfect sense to me. I remember in 2011, we're out there working in Hunter Springs, and I get a call from the plantation. People live over by the Plantation Golf Resort, and there was this huge algae bloom of Lingbia algae clogging up the canals. The canals were clogged. And we had to get in there with pitchforks and pitchfork the Lingbia algae up onto barges and open up those channels. And then we find out a couple weeks later, oh, they had just fertilized the golf course and then it rained hard the following week. So that was proof positive that, you don't fertilize in the summer because we get downpours and it just put all that fertilizer right into those canals. And Lingbia algae hoards nutrients. So the more nitrogen in there, the more nutrients, the faster it grows. It loves it. So the dirtier the water. So this ordinance is not going to cure anything, but it's a help. We need help, long-term help. So I'm totally in support of this and even more things. And putting it on the books sometimes may not have that enforcement. You may not get it out of the stores, but you can create that awareness, so it's going to help. A lot of what we do and what I've done is always done with volunteers. Just ask people to help. Ask Home Depot, don't put that stuff on sale this during the summer, because you're trying to get rid of it. Yeah, so you got to work with the community. So I totally support it. And I want to thank everyone that's supported the cleanups of Kings Bay and now Homosassa, and we got a project going up in Rainbow River, and we're setting the pace. We're a great example here in Citrus County. Thank all of you for serving.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being here.
You bet.
Next, please. Hi, welcome back.
Hi, Pamela Taylor again, Homosassa, Florida. This is a topic that I know very little about, first of all, fertilizer. And I use it on my lawn, and I'm sure I use it at the inappropriate times. So I'll put that out there for now. However, and I want clean water just like everybody else. But I totally agree with Commissioner Barrick that we need to know if what we're doing is working before we change laws and ordinances and things like that. And I hope that her concern for wanting to know that and making that public to everyone here, is something we'll take seriously. Because we can change all the laws and rules and ordinances we want. And like you said, there's probably very little enforcement anyway. But I think there should be an ordinance, and I understand we already have one. So if we already have one, what is the point in changing it if we don't even know that changing it is going to make things better? So I agree with Commissioner Barrick on this issue.
Well, we know that more enforcement will make it better. It just, the ordinance will make it better. It's just the enforcement side and getting people to recognize it. So the more that we can have these rules, the better that we can potentially get our waterways. And again, if we're going to the state and asking for money for septic to sewer conversions, we need to be able to demonstrate that we're actually putting it out there and we're asking for people to voluntarily do it themselves without having to have some enforcement action and fining. We really want just the citizens to take it on themselves. We do live in a beautiful place and we do want to keep our waters clean, and we want to respect the first magnitude of springs. So if we put these ordinances in place and people just don't want government telling them what to do, but they know that this is there, then take it on themselves and don't make government be a part of it. Just take care of it yourself. And we know that by doing this, it'll make it better.
We also asked
I hope
Tallahassee
so.
for money to clean our rivers up. Lots, millions and millions to remove Lingbia.
Tallahassee has given us approximately $50 million to do restoration in Crystal River and Homosassa. So we want to make sure that we continue to get those monies and that we can continue to make our waters healthy.
Okay, I just hope when they ask you to demonstrate that this is working, that
Well,
we're able to do that.
I think Michael told us earlier that we can see the nitrogen load, and that's what we're trying to prevent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure I just want to point out that Mr. McGrath is giving a presentation, but all of the data is actually from the state. So
Right.
when it's like, who says it's working? The state gives us money, and the state's the one that's giving the numbers out. So the DEP. I know I questioned it all myself to make sure that I wasn't heading in a bad direction, but yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Tony Ayo again. Like I said before, I'm from Miami. Well, the one reason why we came up here was because the water was bubbling out of the ground. Okay? It was drinkable. I remember going on Wikiwachi and swimming in clear springs with my eyes open. And I was like, wow, this is great. You know, and you get out, you feel like you're refreshed and everything, you know, like you don't need another shower. But that's the main thing. We have got to make sure that our commissioners right here are educated in our hydrology of this area. It is very important. The next few meetings you're going to have are going to deal in depth with hydrology. You've got to get yourselves educated because last time I was here, Barrick raised your hands about how you all got some education. Well, you need to educate yourselves on the hydrology of Citrus County and how serious this is. And yes, this nitrogen issue is very important because a lot of this stuff, a lot of people don't know. So I'm going to challenge you with putting money where your mouth is. Okay? You need to back it with advertisement. We need to have brochures at Home Depot and Lowe's and Ace Hardware and Walmart that all have this fertilizer. If we had that, guess what? People would be educated and they would definitely care about the springs.
I'm glad you brought that up because I brought that very thing up to Michael about the co-op funding. Hi.
Hi, how are y'all? I'm Lisa Moore from Save Crystal River, and this is Tina Champagne, also with Save Crystal River. We've kind of been on the front lines of this problem for the last 10 years in Crystal River, removing algae from the water, the Lingbia algae, and also Homosasa's doing it, One Rick at a Time's doing it, and the Too Far organization. We're all out there trying to get rid of all this excess algae that's being caused a lot from natural conditions, but more so because of the contaminants that are being added to the water. Citrus County has an abundance of unique water resources that have to be protected for future generations, economic, health, and aesthetic benefits that we all enjoy. It's one of the main reasons we live here and one of the main reasons a lot of other people want to move here. So we're grateful that all of you and the commission are addressing this today and are going to help us get this straightened out, I hope. Citrus County, for those that don't know, is a water-dominated, water-rich county with an excess nutrient problem. We're the second largest spring system in the entire state of Florida. We have 7 rivers, 15 lakes that cover 22,000 acres, which is 34 square miles. We have an underground aquifer system where our drinking water is that varies in depth from only a few hundred feet to over 1,000 feet deep. So it's critical for all of us to get together and protect these resources from contamination of all types, not just fertilizer. The nitrogen and phosphorus from fertilizers in our waterways is causing an explosive growth of things like green algae, which is catamorpha. It looks like really curly hair, bright green, and it clogs up the waterways like you can't believe, gets wrapped around boat motors. Blue-green algae like Lingbia, we know that's been probably by now it's $50 million to Save Crystal River, and another probably $20 million to Homosassa, and another $5 million to Too Far. Each one of those organizations is being supported to get rid of this algae, but what we really need is to, on our county level, make it enforceable so that we don't continue to add to that problem. Plants like water hyacinths and hydrilla are also fed by this algae, more so on the lake region over here. And those are 2 of the most invasive plants in the entire world, and we've got them. So we just don't need to feed that monster like the last speaker was talking about. The algae and plants that are the source of these problems block the sunlight to get down to the healthy plants on the bottom, so they die. They damage the habitats for the fish and the birds, and they create a negative effect on the quality of life and property values for every citizen in this county. So given the immensity of the water resources in Citrus County and the magnitude of the negative effects caused by the excess nutrients entering the water supply, mainly as a result of the fertilizers, we are all affected in one way or another. So Tina's going to tell you about what the position for Save Crystal River is on this ordinance.
I can fit in briefly. So we do support this fertilizer ordinance. It's a great start, but must include enforcement. Definitely has to include enforcement for it to be effective. We want to make sure that improving our water quality is essential not only for the quality of life for residents, but also the revenue our water brings to the county through tourism. Huge tourism, everyone knows that in Citrus County, especially Crystal River. We want to make sure that preventing the introduction of fertilizers, pesticides, and yard waste, et cetera, into the water supply will save many millions of taxpayer dollars, protecting the state's investment. We just talked about how much the state has already invested to restore Crystal River, Homosassa River, and the lakes. So we want to remove the toxic and invasive algae and ensure a better and healthier quality of life for residents, visitors, manatees, and all species that depend on clean water. So we're going to, therefore, as the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, or in this case, it is worth millions in taxpayer savings. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Brad Rimby. I live in Chassahowitzka. I'm the Vice President of the Homosassa River Alliance and Vice President of the Florida Springs Council. Back in November of last year, FDEP had a meeting to discuss the BMAPs for the Springs Coast springs. That's from Weeki Wachee, Chassahowitzka, Homosassa, Crystal River, Kings Bay. So they did all that in one day. They did Weeki Wachee in the morning session and all of our rivers in the afternoon session. So I had done, in preparation for that meeting, I had done where are we at with respect to the law. And in 2018, our legislature passed the Florida Springs and Aquifer Protection Act. And in that act, it said within 5 years, and this was to be from 2018 when they passed the ordinance or the law, they had to have a 30% reduction in nitrates in our outstanding Florida Springs, which seems very unrealistic. I don't know if that reflects that the legislature understands how serious the problem is for our environment, or they don't understand the magnitude of the problem and what it would take to actually get a 30% reduction in 5 years. So what I found is that, of course, every outstanding Florida spring in our area that was included from Weeki Wachee up to Kings Bay failed, and they failed miserably. I did another calculation before this meeting just to see, well, how far were they off? So for Chassahowitzka, there was no nitrate pollution at all, not 30%, nothing. So we held in Chassahowitzka, where I'm from. Homosassa actually did see an improvement, 11% nitrate pollution reduction over a 5-year period. Crystal River, Kings Bay saw approximately 4% increase. So, they failed again. Well, Homosassa's and Chassahowitzka, well, Homosassa's the only one that improved. Chassahowitzka held its own. Kings Bay didn't. They saw an increase in pollution, not a 30% decrease. So I asked DEP why they weren't complying with statute, because it's a law. And they just told me, we're still gathering data. And I said, are you excluded from the law? And they refused to answer that, not surprisingly. And so I just shook my head, and I really didn't ask any other questions. And it's like, I don't know if we take it up with our legislatures or where to go from there to force DEP to comply with the law. So since apparently DEP is not going to comply with the law, it's up to local agencies such as yourself to protect their own water resources using common sense. And this is a common sense ordinance. I live on the main canal in Chassahowitzka. There's no anything but algae back there now. And it used to be full of fish because there was structure, there was hydrilla, which I know is invasive, but the fish don't care about that. It's structure, and it gives them something to eat. Manatees come back there and eat the hydrilla. They love it. If they eat the lingua, they'll probably die.
So one last thing, the counties to the south of us that have passed the local ordinances to try to get the nitrate pollution under control, at least for what they can do locally. I think they did it because of red tide. And the more development we have, the more septic tanks we have, we could see red tide up here. I've talked to the people that I know that have lived here the longest, and they don't recall seeing red tide off our coast, but it can happen here. And as we get more development, more septic tanks, and I think it's coming, you know, I don't see how it's not. Because this is scallop season, I took a look on Google and said to see, does red tide kill scallops? And yes, it does. So think about what the scallops are worth to this economy and the tourism because of it. So make your decision accordingly. To me, this is a no-brainer.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Next, please.
I forgot to. He was the vice president for River Alliance. He was supposed to get fined.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Maxine Connor, Homosassa, requesting 5 minutes to speak for League of Women Voters of Citrus County, please.
Do we have a on
On
file?
file. Yes.
Madam Attorney, does that work?
It's in the League of Women Voters of Citrus County.
League of Women Voters of Citrus County.
But she,
Okay, thank you. It's current. Yes, thank you. I think you're moving in the right direction here, and I so encourage you to, respectfully, I encourage you to take the issue up and move forward with it. It's one of the best low-cost tools you could ever have. The state has preempted many things, but now it's within your power to go ahead and do this over your own area here. A July Chronicle article stated that in just 4 years, the number of new homes permitted has nearly doubled. And that means more lawns and more fertilizer. And recently we have a toxic algae bloom in the Withlacoochee River. And then also we know dead manatees and fish in the Halls and Homosassa rivers. Your decision to act will directly reduce the nutrient pollution runoff from fertilizers. So much legacy nutrient pollution has gone down into the aquifer that it continues to come up through the springs. And as was stated, FDEP reports increasing nitrogen in our local springs and rivers. It's much more expensive, as we know, to remove nutrients after the fact than to reduce the nutrient runoff inputs at the source. So in 2011, SwiftMud spent $1.3 million to restore Chassahuisca's main spring to its natural state. And after the cleanup, the website said, quote, as a result of the sediment removal, the project area is now 2 to 4 feet deeper, and an estimated 500 pounds of phosphorus and 7,600 pounds of nitrogen were removed. That's what kind of problems we have here. I was paddling there a few months ago. The water was opaque again, and I couldn't find the main spring, and I couldn't see the boil where the spring water was supposed to bubble up to the water surface. And also there was black, some kind of black, it looked like oil, but it was a black gooey substance along all the edges. And honestly, the water smelled, I could see the toxic algae all over the natural grass in the river. It was disgusting. So a former spokesman up here mentioned that Crystal River has spent, you know, millions of state dollars, and I'm glad they did, for ongoing cleanup, but this is something you can do to stop things at the source and not after the fact. And this is something you should really feel good about. And the commercial applicators, once the educational information gets out there, they understand. And also, getting education out there is the key. And as was mentioned, Hernando County has a fertilizer ordinance, a rainy season ban and an enhanced fertilizer ordinance. And they did a positive educational campaign, and our local Sierra Club, I'm on that board, and I didn't work on that particular item, but they were given graphic material, and our local Sierra Club Adventure Coast helped them with the educational campaign. So it was a partnership. And I think the same thing could be done here in Citrus County, and it just makes incredible sense to have a strong fertilizer ordinance. And you get to reduce the treadmill of the fertilizer nutrient runoff instead of constantly, I mean, you're still going to have to clean up legacy pollution, but this gets at things before the fact instead of after the fact. So thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you for considering this. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Yep.
Hi there, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about clean water and the need to reduce fertilizer input. I'll try not to repeat things that previous speakers have said, but I think what we're talking about here is you're managing risk to your waterways, which are the underpinning of our saltwater economy in the state, our fresh water, and the key to future growth in the county is having healthy, clean water, both to drink and for recreational purposes. So one of the questions that I heard was, well, how do you know that the ordinance is going to directly impact the amount of algae or pollution, eutrophication in our spring water? And I would ask you to think of it as not a single tool, but a set of tools. You're doing septic to sewer. You've got working to clean up the libingia and the algae, planting seagrass, knowing that if the manatees eat the libingia, they're going to get sick and potentially die. Water that's not clean and clear can impact the shellfish fishery, scallops, oysters, clams. So all of the efforts that you're currently doing that are more expensive than fertilizer reduction are part of a kit that needs this strong fertilizer ordinance to further strengthen it. There's a notion that's called the precautionary principle. It's basically an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So if we use every tool available to us now and make it as strong using best practices as possible, you're further ahead of the game as we go down this road of protecting water resources and ensuring a strong and healthy nature coast. So I would urge you, and the other piece of that is too, for local businesses, residents, even our fertilizer applicators, it gives them agency and becoming part of the answer instead of just being told, you'll do this, no, you won't do that, et cetera, that they can take pride in working towards the effort to clean our waters and to make our waterways healthier, protect our seagrasses and our natural resources, and protect the clean water that residents in the communities rely on, such as, you know, a lot of us are on private wells. I think every day when I open that tap, gee, I wonder if they're fertilizing that field next door, if I'm going to have something new in my tap water. And so I would close in saying that I would ask you to please all support this ordinance, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you for being here.
Madam Chair, name for
Yes.
the record?
Oh, yes.
Rob, we just need your name for the record.
Robin
We know who
Orlandi.
you are, but.
Yeah.
Commissioners, Josh Wood, and I'll be speaking as an individual now because my board did not take a position on this particular issue. But I think that, first of all, to satisfy Commissioner Barrick in all sincerity, that we should make an example of Gary Cole's neighbor, Tom, and make him the first guy that we arrest. So if Gary would cough up his location, we could get started there. But seriously, I am a native Floridian, and I support this ordinance. It is something that will help, but it's a great gesture from y'all to the community to show that you care. And Commissioner Bays, you mentioned earlier, I think over the years we have spent about $50 million on all of the waterways. We need to spend more on the east side. And why would we continue these same practices, you know, and not try to protect that investment? And I'm willing to work with y'all or Michael or anybody to help facilitate meetings with the guys that are selling these fertilizer to educate them. So I think we can get something done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Smart. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Springs Council. I really wanted to thank the Commission for considering this ordinance today. I think this is a wonderful thing you all are doing that will make a difference, and, you know, just the amazing support from the community to doing something to protect the springs. And I just wanted to kind of follow up on a few things that I've heard during the discussion. You know, one of those is, well, more counties don't have these ordinances than do. I would submit that most counties don't have anything like worth protecting what you all do in Citrus County. And I think when you go and you look at places that have adopted these ordinances, there are places that have gems like Homosassa, Crystal River, the Chaz to protect. So it's not a one-size-fit-all thing, but I think you have to look at where there is, you know, where the environment is so connected to the economy that it really makes sense to do these things. On the Alachua County stuff, the Florida Springs Council actually has a contract. We work with Alachua County to help them with policy analysis, research, education. I can get you any studies that you would like. They've all been published. I've actually seen them presented at academic conferences. This isn't one person in the county office picking up the phone to call people. They brought in an independent research group to do these studies. What they found is that they've had about a 20% reduction in urban fertilizer nitrogen pollution to groundwater from enacting their ordinance. So looking at the basin management action plans the DEP just put out, if you all could get that same 20%, that would be 10,000 pounds less nitrogen going into the Homosassa and Chassahowitzka, and it would be about 30,000 pounds a year less nitrogen going into Crystal River and Kings Bay. So those are significant numbers. I mean, we need to do a lot. And when you want to like say, okay, it's almost impossible to judge the effectiveness of a single ordinance. Urban fertilizer and Homosassa Chaz is 14% of the pollution loading, and Crystal River, Kings Bay, it's 22%. So there's a lot of other inputs, but then you also have to think about all the growth, right? Every person that comes to Citrus County is bringing more nitrogen with them. So you can't do too much if you want to save these springs. Everything should be on the table. And this is the lowest hanging fruit. So if you were to take that 20% and you were to look at like how many septic tanks would have to connect to central sewer to get that same kind of reduction, that would be like 500 septic tanks that would have to be connected just in Chaz and Homosassa. When you go to Crystal River, Kings Bay, that's 1,200 septic tanks connected to central sewer. If you're talking about upgrading to advanced OSTDS, then you're looking at more like 1,000 septic tanks that would have to be upgraded in Homosassa and Chaz, and about 3,000 that would have to be upgraded in Kings Bay and Crystal River. And you all know better than me just how expensive that is. And I've heard, you know, lots of people get up and talk about concerns with their bills going up, the cost of those things. Haven't anybody get up and talk about their concern with not being able to fertilize for a few months of the year. So I'd really encourage you all to move forward with this ordinance and appreciate all of your support for our springs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Alexander. I live in Citrus Springs. Moved here in 2012, and one of the first things that I found was one rake at a time over in Kings Bay, and actually at Three Sisters Springs, raking up the algae. You've heard lots of facts and figures. I think really important that you're now addressing the fertilizer ban in the rainy season. That's been discussed since I first moved here, and I'm really glad to see that we're finally getting that done. Even though, you know, I belong to a number of these organizations that you've heard from, but I'm also a private citizen in Citrus County, and I do a lot of things on the water, and to see decrease in algae, in the nutrients for the algae would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
PJ Offhammer again. I don't have permission from Citrus County Audubon to speak on their behalf, but I can tell you that they were at the fertilizer workshop that Sierra had, and I believe that they are in support of this as well. And I don't really have a whole lot to say, except that we can do this. I think instead of it being punitive, I think we can be educational. And if we all talk to our friends and neighbors and start small, this is how we make change. This is how we keep the Nature Coast natural. There are other products. It's not going to harm the commercial applicators. There are other things that they can use on the lawns that they can make their bucks on. So that's not an issue either. Fertilizer is not really a good thing anyway. I mean, I'm an orchid person. it's a problem. There's never enough orchids. And the scientists that I have followed for years when I lived in the agricultural area in South Florida with the commercial growers, fertilizers have changed, and nitrogen is not the good thing, neither is phosphorus. There are other ways we can make things happen and have a good and vibrant community for people in coming generations. And, last thing I'd like to say is, have you seen these people in this audience? Oh my God, they're some of my personal heroes out here. And I'm just thrilled that they've all come here to support this. It's really a good thing. And yeah, Sonny Vergara, I think you're awesome. And Mr. Cool is cool too.
I think you made him blush.
So there's a lot of intelligent people who are telling you that this is a good thing, and I think we need to listen to them and do it, and we'll all be better for it. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Skater Bob. I'm representing 2 Forest. I'd request 5 minutes, please. Got my notes upside down. I'm not prepared for this as much as I'd like to be, so hopefully the things that I present here are adequate. Might require some more research. But I'd like to approach this from a scientific basis. And it does require some facts behind what we're trying to achieve. And ultimately, what we're trying to achieve is maintaining high water quality, not only for the manatees and the waterways, but also for potable water as well, including the high quality in the aquifer. So with that in mind, I'd like to make a few comments. I want to tell you a couple things why I'm approaching it this way. I'm the project manager for the restoration of the Salapopka Lakes, starting with the Point Lonesome Lake. And the county is also a co-applicant on that project, which you've all voted for 100%. Thank you very much. I'm also a volunteer, and I take monthly samples of the water quality in the Henderson Lakes and the Spivey Lakes. I take several samples and provide the analysis to the University of Florida and IFAS. And I'm doing that for the next 2 years. So I know about water quality and what goes into water quality and maintaining it. With that in mind, I have a couple questions, and I think that it's really worth considering before you pass the final format of, or rejected, but I don't think it will be, but the actual contents. The one thing I question is I know that there's talk about a 50% reduction in the amount of nitrogen that is applied from June through September. Is that correct, the period? Mm-hmm. I didn't see any reference at all to the number of applications within that period. You might reduce the nitrogen by 50%, but what if you apply it 5 times versus once? So the number of applications within that period is extremely important because it represents the total amount of nitrogen applied to the soil during that time period. So I ask you to seriously consider that. What we're really talking about here is grass, and mostly residential grass. And if you're going to make any type of legislation, the legislation is going to require enforcement. And I think this is extremely difficult to enforce. And I think that Commissioner Barrick is correct. She'd like to see results. She asked the question, how many were reported? And I think we have to face reality. It's nice to have legislation in place, but we also have the fact that it's probably not enforceable. I don't think a neighbor is going to call on another neighbor saying he fertilized his lawn with high nitrogen content. I mean, it's not practical. But what the county can do is pass the legislation and then turn around and have a bona fide program of public education during the months of June through September. You see, if you have a really good public education program, and it might take some money to do this, even on the signage on the roadways and other ways of presenting it, you are actually creating what was sent earlier by our presenter, the 65% that you were talking about. The 65% represents the public reaction not necessarily based upon how many permits were issued, but on what actually is the mindset of the public. I believe that was what the 65% represented. So there's a couple things that I'd like to summarize here. Number one is my concern is a golf course exemption. I do not understand why there's a golf course exemption. They're allowed to fertilize up until June, and that is the maximum growing season of grass in the early years. In the hot summer months, when there's supposed to be limited nitrogen, and they can still put nitrogen down, but at a limited basis, what would happen is that the grass isn't growing very fast in any way. The nitrogen consumption requirement in the summer high drought months is limited. So I really don't understand why unilaterally golf courses are exempt. I don't understand the biology behind that. I already mentioned you should seriously consider number of applications, max, or somehow modifying that. And finally, I really believe that the county should adopt a public information program and support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I think it's done.
No,
Yes?
I think, Michael, or did you have?
Yeah, I actually I had a question for Michael, but first off,
Is everybody done with open to the public? And I'll close it.
okay.
Anyone else open to the public? We're going to close open to the public. There you go.
So, Bob, there is one, it is limited, it's 4 pounds per 1,000 square feet. That was read into the record that we're gonna increase that. I think it's in that period though, but we'll get clarification on it. I worry about the golf courses too. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Wooten for leading that effort to interface with retailers. And then finally, we heard an old timer story from Eric Landon earlier. We got one from Mr. Cool today about his neighbor Tom, which made me think about my own Tom, watching him apply glyphosate Roundup directly to the top of the seawall to kill the weeds directly on Crystal River. And we haven't talked about anything. I mean, this meeting is going on forever, but I wanted to hear your opinion on things other than fertilizers. I mean, I looked at it and was rather appalled. And like Mr. Cool's neighbor, my dad was awesome, and he loved good water quality. So it's an education thing. Does glyphosate bad to apply next to a waterway?
Yes, unequivocally yes.
I kind of figured.
I mean, we're not here to talk about glyphosate right now.
We can table that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to start
yes.
that.
Yes,
Convo.
unequivocally, glyphosate is bad for the environment. So the provisions that we're advocating for have a 4 pound per calendar year nitrogen requirement, right? So basically, that would be addressing that concern there, right? So again, that we have the slow release nitrogen content requirement. If you break it down as far as from an application standpoint, probably applying once in April and May, once in April, once in May, and once in October and November, right? And that'll be enough for your fertilizer. That's the way other counties do it, right? So that's how you kind of make sure you have enough nitrogen for your lawn to be healthy. Since your ordinance would have a blackout period for November as well, it would just be October, and you probably could double up in October for that period. But I would also be very cognizant of, anytime there's a notice for heavy rainfall events, such as a hurricane, like people shouldn't be applying fertilizer then, because then all that's going to happen is just going to wash off. So, and then golf courses, that is something that is a separate beast, separate project, right? There are more appropriate BMPs, best management practices for golf courses that I can refer you to for other communities that have adopted good BMPs, such as the city of Sanibel. They have a really outstanding BMP program for their golf courses over there, and that would be a good place to start if you wanted to address that issue and that source of pollution. It's a separate one. It's categorized separately also by FDEP as well. So just want to specify that for the record.
I would be happy to work with you on that on a separate issue. So because I don't think we can get that in this today.
No, that's fine. But it's kind of akin to the best practices that some of our ag folks are doing. Like I believe M&B Dairy is totally on top of doing everything best practice to help the environment. And so, and I'm quite certain quite a few of our ranchers and farmers are doing that. And so golf courses would be kind of the same, sort of the
Precisely,
same
yeah.
program,
So
that they have best practices to minimize.
And they also
Okay.
want to save money, right? They don't want to over fertilize because fertilizer is expensive, right? It costs money. But you want to keep the grounds to where it's aesthetically pleasing, and you can still have the recreational opportunities for those users. But there are BMPs out there for golf courses that we can refer to and address that issue separately. Thank you.
Commercially, I mean, all these type fertilizers, everything that whether you're in the nursery industry or farming or whatever you're doing, the cost have gone up over 300%.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about best practices, believe me, you make every single little drop of that stuff count if you're in the business of needing it. So, if there's no
I just wanted to
other.
say thank you for this board again for entertaining this discussion. It's been very, very, very lively discussion today. So thank you so much for all that.
I totally agree. We need to do some outreach. I think you said that Sierra Club maybe does some co-op funding for educational purposes.
We've partnered with other counties in the past to help them explore those opportunities, and something
Okay.
we can definitely explore with your administration as well.
That would be great.
Mhm.
And then I can work with county as well because I got a few ideas. So, all right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further comment by the board?
Yeah, I don't think that it's enforceable, just like the one we have right now.
Okay, well, we're going to
And-
call the vote.
And that's all that I've got to say. There may be more data out there. I got one person that gave me some data, which was very nice. And the people at the River Alliance know, I come down there and I support you on everything you do, don't I? And that's the truth. You know, we have got to be on top of this, but we're spending millions and millions, and we're still nowhere. We are getting a little tiny
Madam Chair,
bit.
call the vote,
And
please.
we've got an ordinance.
All right, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
You'd be happy to know.
It's always a wonderful day when we can make pretty much the entire room happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
So, excuse me?
And nothing. I'm going to be going to the restroom.
Madam Chair?
And go get some aspirin, so I will be back in a few minutes.
All right.
I'd like to nominate and appoint Paul Sinceri.
Consent.
Let's go.
Motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Folks, we're still having a meeting here. Folks, hello? I know you all are really happy about this ordinance.
Go be happy outside.
Take it outside, please. Take it outside. Thank you very much.
We're excited, you're excited, but we got here at 8:30. We still have a full agenda.
All right. So we have Mr. Wooten. Hello, Mr. Wooten. Outside. Good God Almighty. All right, so we have a motion on the floor for the consent agenda. Is there any public input on the consent agenda? Seeing none. Board.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? At the moment, it is a 4-1, so.
You mean
Motion
for,
carries- I mean, 4-0. It
And now,
passes.
and now we have general open to the public.
Yes. Now we are moving on to general open to the public. Is there anyone wishing to address the board? Please come forward. You've been waiting patiently.
Like an oyster. Listen, I was going to tell you all a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't think you people understand what's really going on. You can bring all the people you want in the world up here and talk about Florida. Okay, I was born and raised here. Okay, I've known what's going on in this state for the past 100 years. Most people don't understand it. You live in a swamp. Okay, These people talk about the aquifer in Florida. There's been studies done for 70, 80 years on this stuff, and they still haven't figured it out. Okay, these are experts. They have no idea. Okay, now for y'all sit up here, pass this ordinance, fine, well, and good. And again, I agree. There's nobody out there that's going to enforce this, and nobody going to turn in their neighbor. But here's the bad part about it. When y'all send your little blue boat, airboat, out on the Withlacoochee, and that guy's out there spraying weeds, okay, where do you think all that poison's going? Right into the water, killing the fish, killing the birds, killing everything else out there. Like I said, I don't think you understand what's really going on. Okay, you come up here and say, "Hey, we're going to do this to make it better," but you're not making it better. Okay, you got to look at yourselves. You got people in offices that are supposed to be running these offices, and all you guys got is pretty much welfare recipients. They don't do nothing. It's like I come up here before and I complained about getting public records. 365 days. Took a whole year to get a public record. A whole year. Okay, and I had to pull some strings to put some pressure on the county for that. That shouldn't happen. State passes a law. You can pass ordinance all you want. Chapter 119 is a state, part of the state constitution. Okay, you're required to abide by that and do things in the right way. Okay, now don't take this the wrong way. Okay, I've been here a long time. Okay, as a euphemism, I know where a lot of the bodies are buried in this county. Okay, I know what's wrong with it. Okay, and nobody gives a rat's patoot about it. Okay, I can pick the county apart. Okay, and it'd be real easy to do, and have lawsuit after lawsuit. Not me bringing them, but other people bringing them, because that's the world we live in anymore. Okay, like I told you all before, that's not my thing, but I will, like this public records request thing. I have contacted the Attorney General up in Tallahassee. They're not happy about this. Okay? If I go say something to the Sheriff's Department, the sheriffs are just going to say, sue us, because they don't follow the law either.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to start out. I don't have any animosity toward the chair. I'm just looking for accountability. Citrus County Code, I'm going to read some, and Florida 286.0115 both say, members of the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to address the board on any concern under the jurisdiction of the board. It was prejudicial against the public to break those laws on May 28th and July 8th, when the citizens attempted to address the board during open to the public. On the July 8 instance, both these laws and 1A were broken after consultation with attorney. On May 28th, when the 3-minute clock was running, prejudice was again demonstrated by the snickering, either whether it's at the process or at the circumstance or at the public. It doesn't matter, because that shows the attitude toward it when the public was trying to talk during the legislative session. Now, I got lectured with Jennings last time I was here, but Jennings holds legislative and quasi-judicial distinct. That's very important, and if I were to be able to address the county attorney, I would point that out to them, that they should, hey, what about that? In the last meeting, I was told that recusal was not possible for you. In a normal board legislative session, that's absolutely correct. But in quasi-judicial matters, Florida 286.012 says, I'm going to read again, if the official decision, ruling, or act occurs in the context of the quasi-judicial proceeding, A member may abstain from voting on such a matter if the abstention is to assure a fair proceeding free from prejudice. These laws and the First Amendment, they're very clear, black and white. They've been intentionally broken. Even after consult with counsel, they were broken again. That demeanor, particularly on May 27th, it demonstrates prejudice. It demonstrates prejudice against the public argument. Third time running, emails all working to every single one of you. I again call for the recusal. Politely, I have respect of the chair on anything related to that matter. Moving forward, I do look forward to the agenda item that was put off today, because this is the tactical that I'm here talking to you about. But strategically, that's the fix. That's how we're going to get this thing fixed, so that it works for the county and it works for the individuals, so that the people, Uncle Bob and Aunt Mary and Grandma, they can come up here and they can tell you what's on their heart, you know, without having that public input, without their opinions getting squished. Thank you. Again, I have no animosity, but I'm looking forward
I hear your concerns, but the attorney and the administrator work for the board, and I rely on the attorney to give us direction, and that was the direction that I was given. So it's not me trying to make that as just the chair sitting here. I think that's the direction from the attorney for the entire board. So it's not me trying to single out anybody. It is the advice of our legal counsel to the entire board.
I understand. You guys are the leaders. They're the representatives that advise you. Thank you for, and again, it's so hard what you guys do.
All right, Curtis Bryant from Lecanto. To add a word that he left out on the 286.012, it says potential bias or prejudice, so it doesn't have to be prejudice or bias. The appearance of that is allowed to remove yourself from a vote. But further, I want to talk about the Tuscany hearing. We talk about rules and policies and ordinances and things like that. We have a quasi-judicial policy in place. It allocates time for certain parties and instructs how the meeting goes. During the Tuscany hearing, we threw that out to the window. You know, just kind of said, hey, we're not going to listen to that. We gave them over an hour and a half to present their case, so they're supposed to have 30 minutes. Now, the board does have ability to extend that for testimony purposes, and there was no intervener, so there wasn't a person that could, you know, push back against that. But on the second half of the meeting, when they had the rebuttal, rebuttal is for rebutting the public input. It's not for new testimony and all of that. We had an hour and a half of you guys going back and forth with the developer's attorney about negotiating the project. That tosses out that quasi-judicial proceeding policy. So the question there is what happens in the future when the next developer comes forward to you guys. They just got off the Tuscany thinking like, hey, we saw Tuscany got an hour and a half to negotiate with you guys in the second half of the meeting. Is that going to put you guys in jeopardy if you guys don't give that same option to the next person? Another thing I want to bring up is State Statute 112.3143. This is voting conflicts, and it says a state public officer may not vote on any matter that the officer knows would inure his or her special private gain or loss. It goes on to expand that to say also which the officer knows would inure the special private gain or loss of a relative or business associate of the public officer, and they are to make notice of that disclosure prior to the meeting. So going forward, you guys are going to have some issues coming up for different things, talking about right-of-ways and things of that nature. And I would encourage you guys to remove yourselves from the vote if a relative or yourselves owns property along a specific road or anything that affects that project. You guys are property owners or business owners or whatever along that project. But the bigger thing I want to bring up today, cell phone usage. State law is very broad with public records requests. We had heard someone talk about public records requests here a second ago. All of you guys use your cell phones, personal cell phones for county business. I've got all the public records for those things, text messages, phone calls, things of that nature. What is the purpose of a county device if you guys aren't going to use it? So my thing today is I want you guys to look at bringing an option for you guys to text message on the county devices. My understanding is that's turned off currently. That will allow you guys to track those text messages. IT can track them just like you guys do with emails. Currently, it's up to you to submit those when there's a public request for that. So for transparency purposes, I would request that you guys look into doing a policy of some sort that allows the text messaging on the county device. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, we will close open to the public.
Madam Chair, I just have one comment. I have been begging the county attorney to get texting on our county devices for exactly what Mr. Bryant just said. It's very difficult to conduct business without having texting ability. I make up for it by always being very truthful when there's public records requests on my personal device, and I have a message on my voicemail that says, please call my county phone if this is county business, so I try to limit it to just texting, and as little as possible.
Madam Chair, I make a
Commissioner
motion to
Kennard.
approve item E1A through E1J.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Can we go back to consent agenda? And Commissioner Barrick, we need your vote.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion
All right.
to approve E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 at the moment.
Motion to approve E3A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
4-0.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input?
There's some board input.
I have Commissioner Finnegan.
I mean, I'm going to vote for it because we have to, but just putting it back on the radar, the costs have per person, I had brought this up to you all before, that was just shy of 14,000. Those costs are higher than that now. And I think people are mad because the state's not allowing it for connection fees, but I think they're using it all on plumbing. Our Water Resource Department is applying for more money, for more help. I don't know, but I want to put it out there that the county is trying to get some relief for these people in Cambridge Greens. You all know how I feel about bringing in these projects and having these exorbitant costs to our residents. So we're still working on that, but Cambridge Greens is not without any hope. We're still working to make that a little bit better.
What did I miss?
Just for clarification, we're on E4 at the moment. Commissioner Kennard, maybe you can answer the question. So when we talked today about in your Dixie shores or whatever, or the islands, wherever you're at, those connections, it's the same sort of issue. I mean, they may have a choice to hook up or not hook up at the moment, but they have those same sort of fees, correct?
They're two different projects. Cambridge Greens, I believe, is a gravity-fed system, and there's state statute that compels them to hook up within a year. So they would be, I believe that they would be assessed for the installation of it, whatever staff Ken and his group couldn't get grant money to cover. Once you get past that part of it, then the connection fees are the same across the board, except for the stuff that we've started to change at Commissioner Finnegan's desires that she's brought forward to decrease those connection fees where they're grant-funded projects. Out in Dixie Shores, it's a force main. They got Ken and his team pieced together the monies, the grant monies, to decrease the assessment of the installation of a force main significantly lower. But the difference here is that when residents connect, they still have to pay the same connection fee as everybody else, but the residents connecting to a force main anywhere have to put in their own lift station. And so the cost to the residents ultimately for connecting will end up being probably in the neighborhood of $15,000, somewhere in that range, on a force main.
Are they doing the same in Crystal Shores?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sure the assessments sometimes are different depending on the final cost of the project. Excuse me, Commissioner Kennard, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Depending on the end price, depending on how much grant money is available, it should be no more than $6,000, but some, you know, we saw were like $2,000 in Fort Island for that assessment. So they do differ, but that's what I was asking the board some months ago, permission moving forward with Ken Cheek. And I think Bernadine's here. And Ken and I, you know, I kind of gave him my ideas and some thoughts I had about working with the state. And that was all accomplished where we got those monies moved around to try for, I would say, our populations that a lot aren't on the water and maybe income constrained in those east and west projects where we got money from north and move them to try to bring these assessment down. That's what I'm looking for now, but then we're still working. Ken and I have had those conversations about getting back with the state to maybe fund some of those connection fees. I don't think that they quite understand when we're bonding the money that we can't just waive all of this stuff. We still have a tough road ahead, but I've dedicated myself to this because $15,000 and moving upwards, we want your department to come in, Bernadine, and Ken and I have had this conversation where you say, like they did in Chassahowitzka, we're coming in, it's not gonna really cost much of anything. I think the people in Chas paid a few $100s. Everyone loved it. Everyone was thrilled. Now we're coming in, especially Cambridge Greens, which is not even close to the water. They don't quite get it. And we're saying, $15,000. That's a lot of money. And people think Citrus Hills, but some of these people bought their homes years ago. They're homesteaded, they're on fixed incomes, and this is a very heavy hit for them. And we have to, moving forward, provide relief to these people when we're moving in with projects, because besides our own costs, the cost of the plumbing, taking out their septic tanks and the connection fees. Some are getting grinder pumps, not this project, but it's expensive.
Wasn't Crystal Shores in our information today as well, where they're getting assessments?
Yes, that was Crystal Shores and Dixie Shores.
Right.
Those two were
And
combined.
those are both forced mains.
That's all low-pressure force main lines, as opposed to Cambridge Greens, which is gravity-fed, and therefore they are mandatory connections.
Okay, all right. I mean, no matter what it is, when you have these connections, and I look at, even if you have a force main, it's better for our ecosystem if we get these people to go ahead and hook up, but there's still a significant cost to them as well to do the same thing, so.
Yeah, and one comment that I did want to make is that there has been a shift within FDEP as far as what is included in grants. We did Sea Otter, Montezuma. When we were doing those particular projects, connection fees were included in funding that we received. And we entered into Cambridge Greens having that same understanding from our perspective and the discussion we were having with DEP. We were midstream or at the stretch line when they came back with an interpretation of connection fees not being considered part of the construction costs. And they therefore were not honoring that. So it's not a done deal. Yes, we are still trying to fight it, but that is the challenge that we're facing.
Bernadine, the new money that you all asked for on behalf of this project, when will we know that answer? Can put it in part of that funding that we're looking for our projects. You put an extra for Cambridge Greens.
Oh, yeah. Well, they are staying on continuously, communicating back and forth with DEP. So I would expect that we'd hear something back, whether it's favorable or not soon.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Go back and catch up E2 and 5, Commissioner Davis.
E2 and 3,
I mean, sorry, yes.
I and I.
All right.
And Madam Chair, I
Yes.
would like to make a motion to approve E5, accept the results of the pay and classification wage study as presented.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Really?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Barrick. I did ask for the amount of monies on the exemptions, what that would look like, and I don't know if I have it here. It's 300 and
355,654.
there you go. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I think it's just great information to have, and it's, if we want to have a discussion about it, fine. If you guys want to move on from it, it's fine, but it's still, that's still $300,000 that,
I'm with you, Madam Chair. I think it's a good discussion, and I don't have my mind made up on that, but would be a good discussion.
so you can see the breakdown in your materials there. The lion's share of it is going to be churches, and
Second highest is homes for the aged, other nonprofit or charitable.
I'm sorry, give me an example of that. Homes for the Aged, that's a nonprofit?
Actually, it says here, it's two different categories, but that one just is empty, so I'm not sure anything. It's not necessarily
I would
clear.
feel like it would have to be a nonprofit to have the exemption. How do
It
you have
does.
Homes for the Aged and? But it says, or other nonprofit or charitable, so maybe it just falls under other? I don't know. I just was curious of an example of what that is.
Ms. Rodriguez, should we bring up the chief?
Would you know?
Stevens,
It says
calm on
services,
down.
mortuaries. It tells you.
You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
It tells you
well,
right
like,
there.
cemeteries, you know, like all those commercial buildings that we,
For the aged though? Maybe?
well, I think it says or.
Oh.
Yeah,
It can be other nonprofit or
right,
charitable.
that would be the services, the mortuaries, the clubs.
No, under 7,400.
So I'm not absolutely sure. We'd have to get with a property appraiser to get that direct information
I
for
knew
you.
you were gonna say that.
Sorry.
So that makes no sense. You've got it under 7,400 says homes for the aged, 7,500 says other nonprofit or charitable services, but then you've got it all under the 7,400 code and services separate.
Actually, I
It's
think this is,
7,500.
this is a bad formatting thing. 7,500 services is 7,932. It's, so other nonprofit or charitable services should be on one line.
And any idea like who a nonprofit home for the aged would be?
Yeah, that's correct. That is bad formatting, just how they sent it to us. But we can get the definition for that for you, if you'd like, from the property appraisers.
All right.
This is not necessarily germane to the, I mean, this is something we would address separately versus the pay and class study though, correct?
I believe so, yes. I think it's just, it's a way if you're gonna look at how we're gonna fund fire services.
Right.
correct? So the pay and class study, that's what we're voting on. Well, we do have a motion on the floor. I'll open it up open to the public. Anybody wishing to address this agenda item, please come forward.
I have a question for Chief when it's closed.
All right, we're going to close open to the public. Chief, can you come back? And Commissioner Finnegan, you are acknowledged.
Thank you. Chief, forgive me because, we've been dealing with all these other things, so my memory is failing me. On the wage study, you have the fire budget and the EMS budget. The extra needed for fire budget is 2.2 roughly million, and that's with 13 positions. But what is the increase? I mean, all of that includes the 13 too, not just the wages. That's the full wage plus the increase for everybody else.
That is correct. So your increase in wages for fire would be 985,000. And then the increase for EMS is at 490,000.
490, because this is 488. Are you just rounding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if we took out the regular salaries, the increase was 900 and... Is that what you said?
Almost $1 million without the new firefighters.
Almost $1 million, yeah,
Okay.
on the fire side.
All right.
So what you've presented in the budget then, does that take into account this wage study?
Yes, ma'am. The budget works, correct.
Commissioner Finnegan, you have any other?
I don't. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. It was just the very last meeting that we were together talking about our budget going forward. And I believe it was right towards the end of the meeting when we said that we need to get word back to the sheriff to see if he will decrease their pay increases to 2.5% rather than the 3% he requested. And it certainly looks like these pay increases are significantly higher than 3%. So I don't know how we go to the sheriff's office and justify that, and then turn around and spend it here.
Madam Chair?
Well, I think
And I'm fine, it looks like you got the votes, but
all I'm going to say about this is a wage study, a pay and class study versus just a salary increase. So we ask all the constitutionals and the BOCC to hold it 2.5. That was the reasoning for that. It's my understanding that the sheriff has come back and said he doesn't believe that he can do that. It needs to be 3%. So this is trying to get their wages to be fair and equitable, much like what we did with the Board of County Commissioners. And so that's a completely different thing than, so if you had this, let me ask you this question. If you get your wage study and you get these increases, are you then giving the 2.5% on top of that if you implement this?
No, ma'am. This would be their wages for the next year.
Okay. Who would, Commissioner Davis?
Well, you took all the words out of my mouth. I will just only reiterate the same thing, is that a wage and class study is done every once in a blue moon to make sure that we are staying up with market forces, because some of them didn't go up, some of them went up substantially. It's just resetting the table, as it were, to be able to attract the right talent to our fire services. So I think it's a completely separate issue than the annual, basically cost of living raise.
Well, I mean, now that we're on this conversation, I'll tell you something that I've thought about it a lot. I mean, we're just giving raises. We're giving an amount, 2.5% or 3% across the board, and there's no merit raises. And if we talk compression, we're back at the same game, even though we're staying with the 2.5 or the 3 or whatever we do, and it's just flat across the board. And then as those minimum wages ratchet up, then your compression just starts all over again. And then there's no incentivizing somebody for doing a really good job because they're going to get a merit raise. And that seemed counterintuitive to me, the way we're doing business. So that's just my 2 cents.
I have a question.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Chief, you said that whatever we see here is what they're getting paid. There is a number of people that have 0% by their names, some 1%, some 2%, but quite a few is 0, which, you know, we're saying in the pay in class, maybe we're not paying certain individuals enough, but when I see 0, I'm thinking maybe we're overpaying in other areas. And that is what I told every department head, go fix your budget. You know, instead of keep asking the taxpayers for money, fix your budget. So in your budget, you told Commissioner Bass, I think, that asked that this is what they're getting paid. But so what about the people that have 0% or 1% or 2%?
So the pay study was done in comparison to current salaries to where they need to be. And of course, when we looked at those salaries, we looked at their current salary plus their time and grade in their position. So that's where all those numbers came out based on the methodology that was used, very similar to Evergreen when they did our pay study for all the county employees.
Okay, so my question though is when there's, let's just take 0%, are these people going to get paid in your budget that you've proposed the same exact amount as last year? They're not getting 2.5%, they're not getting anything?
Greg Ellis, Division Chief. Just real quick to clarify that, it's not truly 0%, we just rounded to 0. So if you can notice that column right next to the percentage actually has their dollar figure that they're gonna get. And you are correct, some of them are only going to get a couple $100. But with that, that is on number 1, the EMS side of the house, and number 2, those are specific to paramedic positions.
All of the zeros?
That is correct. So those are single certified paramedic positions, and what that means is when we initially absorbed EMS into our department, the current or prior administration said that we're going to go ahead and honor the Nature Coast Union contract. As such, it was a very high rate. So during our first negotiations with that union, we reduced the rate to make it comparable regionally. So those individuals were never pulled money away from their pay, which means they're at a higher rate than most people that we bring on currently, which is why you see them only getting a small increase.
That's so interesting because I remember when the switch happened, I remember hearing how they were so grossly underpaid and Citrus County had paid more.
That is correct, until they came over to the county and the county adopted the wages that they were going to increase when we made the transition.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. E6.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E7.
Motion to approve E7, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
I have a commissioner. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board comment?
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay. I have been waiting and waiting to see when we're gonna start moving around for the judges. finally something's gonna be done, and they're gonna move guardian ad litem, which is really nice, at a cost of $400,000 plus. So the thing is, I'd like to see it done as soon as possible, if not yesterday, so we can start getting movement done.
Is there any public input? Anybody wishing to address this motion on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Chair, I believe you should make the next motion, and I will
Hallelujah. I will be
very
happy to
happily
do
second it.
I make a motion to approve E8A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Hello.
Hello. Bob Rudemiller, I'm speaking as an individual. I like to approach to give this.
I think we have to go through the clerk first. Sure, thank you. Oops.
The last time I was up here, I was unprepared. I'm a little bit more prepared now. So this is basically what I want to say, but I wanted to leave you a written copy because I do think that this proposed legislation is very good, but I do think it needs to be doctored or massaged a little bit. And these are the reasons here. The signage should include no engine retarding braking. And why do I say that? It's also known as Jake braking. It's very popular in truck drivers. It makes them sound real big, tough, and rough, but it makes a tremendous amount of noise, a low throttling noise. I live over half a mile from Orange Avenue, which is CR 48, and 1,000 feet from US 41. The noise from trucks using engine braking is common and disturbs the peace and quiet in Floral City. In fact, we normally do not hear trucks themselves traveling Orange Avenue, which is what this legislation is all about. We normally don't hear the trucks at all. But we always hear the loud, deep-throated pulses of engine retarding braking for over half a mile away. So figure a radius of half a mile. That's how many people it affects, this noise. And it's very irritating. I think the current penalty in Citrus County, I think it is about $100 for engine retarding braking. It should be raised to $500. The engine braking and penalty in Miami-Dade is currently $500. So I think that's significant. The proposed signage indicates no through trucks on CR 45, local delivery only. It will be very hard to enforce since truck operators could easily interpret the word local would be, I'm going to deliver in Inverness, and Inverness is local. So I think it's a very weakly worded, and I really think it's suggested that it should indicate no through trucks on CR 48, Floral City delivery only. However, this regulation will be very hard to enforce and consume a lot of times for our police officers. It's been established that diesel smoke and fumes affect the health of the oak trees along Orange Avenue, and the decrease in truck traffic would be beneficial to the environment. So in conclusion, in terms of effective legislation, I believe that prohibiting engine retarding braking is easier to enforce and significantly reduces traffic noise. Overall, reduction in truck traffic along Orange Avenue may result in decreasing truck traffic, but may be very difficult to enforce with penalties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marisol, could we ask for Walt to come forward and see what's permissible?
Good afternoon, board members, Madam Chair, Walt Eastman Tech Services. The proposed language that we have in the agenda item actually complies with what Sumter County has already done, with one exception. Originally, when the agenda item was prepared, we had local delivery only. Since that time, Sumter County modified what they posted, and their signs are already in place. They've modified to no through truck CR 48, local deliveries exempt. So to be consistent, I would recommend that you modify and address and be consistent with what Sumter County has already done. As far as the engine retarding braking, that is not a standard MUTCD type sign. I'd want to research that to see if we can actually place that in the county right away, because we are required to meet, by Florida statute, required to meet state laws as far as what signs and traffic amenities we place in the right of way. So if it is an allowable type sign, I can certainly do that. It would be a separate sign. It would not be part of this sign, because the no through truck would be a regulatory type sign.
And for clarification, how, under FDOT or regulation, how is local delivery defined? Could it be interpreted to be Inverness or someplace outside of?
Essentially, let's just say you're coming off of I-75 traveling through Sumter County. Local delivery would be if I have a delivery within the Floral City area. I'm not going through to US 41. If you're going through to Highway 41, that's now a through truck. Whereas if you're on 41 and I'm traveling to within a Floral City area, the local roads, that would be a local delivery. Whereas if I'm continuing on across the bridge to Sumter County, that's now a through truck. That would not be.
And is there a fine or a penalty that can be associated if somebody is abusing that?
We can certainly add a penalty to it. Yes, absolutely.
I think that's going to be the way that you're going to enforce it. I mean, it's only going to take a couple of times, I think, and then the word's going to be out. My personal belief is, I think truck traffic backs up on 75. If they're trying to get to Inverness, instead of staying on 75 to get to 44, they're cutting off there and using that. And so we've got to, as much as working with DOT for 75 and Sumter County District 5 and now District 7, I think we got to put as much teeth in it as we can to, because we can't, I know we're looking at a full depth reclamation just to repave it, and it's going to be very, very costly. And then we also have the oak trees that we have to consider when we do that.
Right.
So,
not only do we have the roadway base issue, but the items that came out of the Banish study as part of what DOT looked at for this project, it wasn't just a roadway base type of an item. It was actually the geometry of the road, lane widths and shoulders. So it's a safety issue. We have large trucks on a road that is way too narrow without a shoulder to support it.
Madam Chair?
I had Commissioner Barrick first, sorry.
Hi, Mr. Eastman, a lot of places have no trucks over so many pounds, or they say box trucks only. Can we do something like that? In other words, you're saying right now, and what we've got, local, no through trucking, or no through trucks.
Yes.
Rather than no through trucking, because that's one of the other signs that they put out. But can we put, box trucks only under a certain poundage?
Well, as I had mentioned, it's not a weight restricted type of an issue that came out of the study. It was a geometry issue. The lanes are too narrow. So
Right,
regardless of the weight of the truck.
But the 18-wheelers are a lot wider than the box trucks.
Well, no, they're going to consume roughly about
They're
the same amount of
considered the
space. And the lanes are just too narrow to support it. So Banish actually recommended this language. Again, no through trucks, local delivery only. But Sumter went, instead of only, they
we
said
can't put
exempt.
anything on tonnage.
Not unless you had geotechnical work to show that the roadway was inadequate to support a load.
Well, if we already know that we have to rebuild the entire road, wouldn't that give us some foot into that for the tonnage?
I would say not enough to support it for regulatory issues, no.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick, Finnegan.
I am in support of adding a fine. As far as the signage, I think it's better the way that it is. I think if you add tonnage, then you're getting lighter trucks that are still doing damage, so that doesn't make any sense. And for local deliveries, I'm okay with that for this reason. Could possibly a rooms-to-go truck sneak past, maybe. But I think if any law enforcement officer is on that road and sees a public semi or a major construction truck, that's obviously not a local delivery. So I think that local deliveries only is really probably the best way, that it doesn't have to be a certain weight. It's just like, okay, they're delivering furniture. Maybe that could sneak to 41, but I think all the other trucks, any law enforcement officer driving by is gonna know, well, that's obviously not, going to a local road, that's going to 41. So I like it. I think this is a great thing for those beautiful trees in Floral City. But we do need enforcement, like a
Absolutely.
penalty.
And do we want to be consistent with Sumter County saying exempt? Or right now they have no through trucks, local delivery exempt is their
Yes.
language. That way, if they're coming out of 75, we're consistent. And I think from an enforcement standpoint, it would make it easier for the sheriff.
Okay. Yes.
Concur. All right, we have,
Sorry, just,
Sure.
we talked about adding a fine. Is there a board, do you recommend 250, 500?
I think, in my opinion, I'd go to 500. I mean, we want to stop it. We want it to have an impact, and
I concur.
I liked it.
Very good. Well, thank you.
don't go down our road. All right. I think everybody in Floral City will be happy. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E9?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. E10.
I'll jump in here on this one to get the conversation started. After the last public hearing regarding the Metro project, I had a phone conference with staff to discuss what it was going to take to start moving forward with the next steps with widening 491, signalizing the Hampshire intersection, and then moving forward further north on 491. What I was told at the time was there's a plan in the process anyway to add turn lanes at the intersection of Hampshire and 491, but there was no plan at this point to signalize it, and that if we wanted to move forward with widening from Pine Ridge Boulevard to Hampshire, that the board needed to put, I believe the figure was $15 million into the budget for planning or design engineering and acquisition. I don't think we're there yet to be able to set aside that kind of money, and I think ultimately we work with our partners, including Metro, this next legislative session to see if we can't get some type of appropriation to help us start that process. In the meantime, I have learned that we do have the 1.5 million in transportation impact fees that it would take to go ahead and add the signal to that intersection improvements project that has begun. It would take some cooperation with Metro folks at Metro Development to, I guess, speed up the process of them signing over right-of-way for us to locate the signal poles where they'll need to be once the road is widened. So if we put them just on either side of the road right now, they're going to have to be relocated once that road's widened. If Metro would agree, and I believe that they likely would, to allow us to put those poles where they'll need to be once the road is widened, then Walt tells me that this is something that can just be, we're at an early enough stage of that intersection improvement project that signalizing it is something that can just be added to that project. So ultimately, it makes that intersection much safer It's already a dangerous intersection for the residents that are here. And I think it's appropriate for this board to move forward with taking that next step of improving that road. Is it where we want to be? No, but it is the first of many steps to come for that road.
I like it. You want to put that in the form of a motion?
Can you wait, because I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't know why I'm a little slow on this one, but I got part of where you're going.
Yeah, we don't have it on the agenda to be voted on, just to have a discussion about it and see if the board was there. If the board is there, then certainly I'll leave it up to staff to come back with an agenda item at a future board meeting, laid out properly with the impact fees and so forth, where that money would come from, what that project looks like going forward. But I felt it's appropriate. We know that road service level is already struggling. We know that intersection is already dangerous. I will tell you, and Commissioner Barrick, you'll remember from coming to the meetings, when I took the 491 and 200 intersection, when I brought that to the board and asked about signalizing that intersection, and was met with some pretty significant pushback the first go around. Then ultimately, I don't recall if the accident that happened in the interim was a fatality, or if the gentleman on the motorcycle was in the accident was terribly injured. But I brought it back again, and thankfully the second time the board approved it. Let's not wait for that accident. Let's don't wait for that fatality. We already know it's a dangerous intersection. I believe it's time to move forward with it.
I still have the floor.
It's all yours.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, you want to go ahead and put the signal there, but when that road gets widened, then we're going to have to redo the signal?
No.
That's my hiccup.
No, where we will need Metro Development to work with us is allowing us to put the posts where they'll need to be when that road ultimately is widened.
I see.
Okay, so we would set the contractor would set those poles now where they'll ultimately be sitting once the road is widened.
So signalize it now at 2 lane, and then Metro's going to add lane number 3, and then it'll still work? And aren't they responsible for some of that signal if it's affecting their development once it's built?
When the road is widened, it will not be 3 lanes. It'll be 4 lanes. Now that's going to take a partnership, and it's going to take us, and I believe Metro going to the state, going to the feds, looking for money. That's probably. And I'm just spitballing here on this one.
I think we learned that Metro cannot accept the money like we always have to. Like they don't give to.
They can go up there and advocate for it, for sure. Both at the state and federal level, they can. We have to be, the money has to come to the county, but certainly they can be on board and advocating to help us widen that road that not only is in front of their project, but it's an evacuation route, as we've talked about. Now, timeline, how long does it take? We got to go through the whole process. We got to go through the design, the engineering, the right-of-way acquisition, all of that type of stuff. But each year, if we can get a little piece of that covered by state or federal funding, we can move along this process. There's also, as we've talked about, there's resiliency grants that are out there. There's roughly $2 billion, my understanding, at the federal level in resiliency grants, which can an evacuation route, planning the stormwater part of that evacuation route is one of the things that may very well qualify for that resiliency grant money. So you get a little bit of money from the state and the feds over the next 3 years. To do the design, engineering, and acquisition. We work at getting some more money out of this resiliency grant to do the stormwater. Stormwater, my understanding, and certainly Walt and Carl would know a lot more about this, but I think the stormwater part of these road widening projects can be 20, 30% of the cost of the entire project. So if we can get that covered through resiliency grant money, then we slowly work towards, the actual construction of the road project. But, those are, maybe that's a 5, a 6-year plan in getting all of that done. Maybe our legislative delegation can help us move it along faster than that. But I think that at least taking the next step right now is signalizing that intersection.
Chair, I'd love if it's okay with Ms. Rodriguez, if Eric Landon. Okay. Sorry, Eric, if that's okay. I understand the need. I just want some more answers. Hi.
Hello.
So we have this major development. One of us, well, at least one of us thought that they would 4-lane it all, but they have to give us 1 lane. So Commissioner Kennard's saying we're gonna wait, we're gonna have to 4-lane it. So they're gonna add their lane when we need to add a lane. But when we do that, because at that point I would think that their development would be underway, at what point, if we were not signalizing this road, that they would have to do that for their development? Don't they have to do studies to see if it trips the signal?
I'm out of my league. I think that
Is
would
that
be,
Carlton?
that would be a
Did I
wrong
ask for the
question,
wrong
yeah.
person? Carlton's already behind you, ready for the
If it's a
stage.
building permit, I'm your
That's
guy. If it's right
teamwork.
away,
Yeah, so they would have to do a study there for the traffic and the impact that they would have on that intersection. We've already done some data collection for that intersection, and it warrants a signal now.
So, but Commissioner Kennard, he is saying partnership, but he's saying that we offer the money. So how do we make sure that they are paying their fair share and we're just not yet giving them another thing that they would need to pay for?
So part of the agreement was for them to give us the right-of-way that we need to widen the road, as well as some retention area for the stormwater, up to 6 lanes. Of course, we haven't seen a lot of that finalized just yet. But also, they were agreeable to give us the right-of-way we need at Hampshire to be able to put in the signal where it needs to stay. In other words, we wouldn't have to do it twice. They've already agreed to give us the right-of-way to make that right.
So
Because, of course, it benefits them.
So they're giving us the right-of-way and the extra property, which I remember from the deal, but I don't remember them saying, and then Citrus County would fully pay for the light. Was that
So
understood?
since it warrants now, without the impact of that neighborhood, we would be on the hook to go ahead and put that light in. Of course, once their neighborhood goes in, there's going to be upgrades to that light that are going to have to be done when the road is widened. The impacts then can be looked at, and there will be a portion that we would be asking them for.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I got Commissioner Davis down here. Commissioner Davis?
I think that that's good government, thinking ahead. Let's not do the polls twice. However, I heard 4-lane, but we would need at least 5-lane at the intersection, right? Because we would need dedicated turn lanes.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, we were already started on the process of putting a right-hand turn lane off of Hampshire onto 491. So we've already started to design that. So as Commissioner Kennard mentioned, we could go ahead and just increase the PO to that company that's doing the design and have that light put into that design of that intersection.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
For your information, if you come from Beverly Hills, headed towards Holder, there already is a turn lane for the left. And if you're going south on 491, and you're coming up to Hampshire, there's already a turn lane in the right for turning right. So, yeah, they would have to make one in the center of the road for turning. But the big thing is, we still have to get the property on West Hampshire to make the turn lane, because we don't own enough property to make that center turn lane, do we? As far as I can tell.
Walt's involved in that design, so he'll be able to give us the information.
Because when we talked yesterday, or we talked in the cable, the signal light's gonna be on a cable, and it's gonna be far enough back that it's not gonna have to be replaced, so we're not gonna be paying kickbacks and kickbacks and kickbacks to have it done and redone and redone and redone.
Yeah, and we won't know for sure if we need to acquire anything along Hampshire until the design is done. Just looking field observation wise, I think we may be okay with the right of way we have. We'll need to do some swale work and realigning of stormwater, but I think we'll be okay. But again, until
Well,
I
enough
see the
of it
actual
wa-
design, I don't know for certain.
Enough of it keeps washing out, and they have to keep filling it with dirt.
Right. Yep. And the turn lanes on 491, while they're there, they're substandard.
Yeah, they're
So
too short.
they're way too short, so we're going to make them appropriate as well. As Carl mentioned, ideally, we'd like to change order the contract with DRMP so they can start the design for the signal while they're doing the turn lanes. It just makes a lot of sense, now that it's warranted.
Quick question.
Commissioner Finnegan?
So on 491, do we have all the property needed to 4-lane, or as Commissioner Davis says, 5-lane?
No, we don't. We'll have to do acquisition when the road widening project begins. But as has been mentioned, Metro has agreed in the agreement to dedicate right-of-way for the signal, and that states that if the signal is warranted, they would give us the right-of-way in advance. And the fact that it is now warranted, we will reach out to them, and when the design starts, we'll coordinate with them as far as locating the poles. It'll be a box, poles on each corner, so it'll be set back far enough. And it'll need to be designed such that it'll function today in today's condition, and then in the future when the road is widened and their intersection plugs into it, the poles will be far enough back that we don't need to move strain poles. Will heads need to be modified? Absolutely. It's a whole new leg. Controllers in the cabin will need to be modified by Metro, but that's down the road quite a ways. The big thing is getting the strain poles where they belong.
Thank you. I don't think I'm the one allowed to dismiss you. I'm just saying thank you for answering my question. Sorry.
So Commissioner Kennard, do you want to give some sort of direction?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see staff bring back an agenda item that for us to vote on, to add that to the project that's signalizing that intersection to the project that's already underway. And the funding will come from impact fees, transportation impact fees.
I would concur, and thank you.
Next step.
Okay. All right. Moving on to E11, Mo has been here, left, and come back.
Well, we have outstanding commission items, but we can.
We have E11 first.
We do? Oh. Oh, it's added. It's not on my regular agenda, sorry.
It's added, yes.
Hi, Mo.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners, and thank you for seeing me again today. I'm just waiting to see if you have any questions. This is the budget that we're going to pass for the special elections for 2025, for the September 30th and the December 9th elections, and also to appoint the chair, if she so be it, as one of our canvassing members.
Since I've already done all of the classes and hours of online training, I'm happy to do it for this time.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
As long as my board agrees.
Just a couple of things that we have already done. The schedule has come down from the state, and we have already, we talked about last week, I have already spent money. Yesterday was the last day I could order my vote-by-mail ballot envelopes for the 2025 special primary on September the 30th, so I had to order 20,000 envelopes yesterday. And so we don't have qualifying until August 4th from 8 a.m. until August 5th at noon. So that's when qualifying will be over. So we'll see what kind of elections we have. Do we have a primary and a general? Do we have a primary? We don't know that. And so the budget that you see before you is an estimated budget, same budget that we sent to the state. So,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
motion to approve the 2025 special elections budget and appoint Commissioner Rebecca Bays to the canvassing board.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and I have a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input?
And thank you,
I
Commissioner
have a
Bays.
question from them.
Oh, go right ahead.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In the off chance that no one runs against the one person that is currently up for the Senate
We have
seat?
2 pre-qualified already.
Oh, someone else is already pre-qualified. Okay. Question answered.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Chairman, I have a question on E8.
Yes, ma'am. Well, can I finish open to the public?
Oh, yes.
Anybody wishing to speak open to the public? Or to this agenda item, sorry, not open to the public. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Yes, ma'am, on E8?
Clarification as to the fine. I just want to make sure that the board's recommendation was max allowed by statute, because we have very strict statutes that allow fines for any traffic violation. It might not be able to be $500.
I like it.
Okay. Modify that, clerk? Can we modify the motion on E8 just to say the maximum allowed on the fine?
Okay, can both the people that made the motions?
I made the motion, so I'll modify my motion.
That's
and-
state statute?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, I'll modify my second.
Thank you. Ms. Veronica, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hi.
I will be brief. For the Halls River multi-use path, the Department of Transportation is currently working to complete the 60% design and plans. We're expecting that to be done shortly at 95%. And the next step would be to complete Phase 3, which is their 90% plan. So we are very much on track with that. The offshore reef enhancement, we have completed a sonar scan of the permitted site, and we are just pending the contractor's schedule for that. So as soon as we have timelines for that, we will let you know. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's vulnerability assessment has been included in the local mitigation strategy document, and that document has been approved by the state agencies. So the next step will be to bring it forward for approval and adoption to this body. And last but not least, we have completed the impact fee study.
Wow.
Any questions?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Maricel, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay. All right, let's see, who's up next?
Veteran Board?
I will make a motion to nominate and appoint Mr. Paul Sinceri to
Second.
the Veteran Service Advisory Board.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Commissioner Davis.
I'm trying to make this super fast, but I have a few things to report. TDC just finished the final edits of their 5-year tourism strategic plan. We have 3 key initiatives. First, we want to focus on sustainability and driving growth during the shoulder seasons. We tend to get a lot of traffic regardless in the summer and the winter. Second, the visitor experience. We want to focus on niche sports tourism because we realize that we can't compete without a huge hotel base for any sort of travel ball. Niche sports tourism, and also hosting and managing events. And then advocacy, we need to do more outreach into the community for workforce development. Hospitality is a huge thing in this county, so we really need to be working with the Citrus County School District and WTC to help with possibly fostering more training programs, because a really skilled server can actually make some decent bank. And then there's, it's not just culinary arts, it's hotel management and all those other things. Then also a visitor and resident alignment strategy, because certainly residents are feeling some pressure with too much tourism in at least one hotspot, too much tourism. And so anything we can do to make that more palatable to residents would go a long way. Secondly, 4CF, also Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, we also just did finished a strategic planning process in-house. We didn't have anybody external. And we are looking to do more outreach to actually raise funds in the community that would be not restricted by our current rules to be able to give more back to the community for health initiatives. And lastly, for my first vacation in 2 years, I did a humanitarian program in Cuba where I dove one of the most pristine reefs in the Caribbean and counted critters and health of the reef and documented all that. And one of the neatest things on the educational process was they did a whole presentation, and this was something that I believe you brought up, Chair Bays, about mangroves. I think it was you. Massive mangrove health there, but the environmental PhD that presented all of this actually showed how they planted new mangroves, and we got to see that, and that was really impressive. So I've got some, it's been a long day. I'll get more into it and bring it to y'all just so you know more about it, but that's all I got.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kennard, since okay. Commissioner Barrick.
Have a nice afternoon.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I will pass this evening.
All right, on to me. We have a discussion on alternative land use hearing dates. I know we've bounced this around a few times, come up with different things. I know I think staff said there seemed to be a consensus that maybe we would start the hearings at 8 a.m. and then still have our regular board meeting at 1. But what if those go long? So would anybody be open to changing our regular board meetings to 8 a.m. and then we could have land use hearings at 1, which then wouldn't restrict us if they went longer. And then we could do workshops in the afternoon.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I had a suggestion that we had our board meetings start at 8, and at noon till 1 we take a break, and if we haven't finished, then we finish up, but then we turn around and that's, if we can't get them in, the following Tuesday, we would do all the presentations that he's talking about. In other words, 1 day for our meetings and 1 day for the presentation, so that this way, we had 10 of them today. And look at what time it is. Okay, so I said, and we've been here since 8 o'clock or 8:30 this morning. So if we want to do the board meetings, I would say keep our board meetings the same day, but 8 o'clock in the morning till whatever. But we definitely get a break from noon till 1, so everybody has a chance to get up, exercise, get something to eat, whatever, and come back fresh if we have to come back after 12 o'clock. But 4 hours in the morning would be really nice. 1, 2, 3, get it done.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So I had some thoughts about this because I know we're trying to change the land use hearings, but the number one thing that people can complain about, and I know that they're still not really showing up, but they're saying, oh, the commissioners are doing all these development deals, but we're all working. Well, they're not for the most part. We're doing them after 5. So usually whether you're retired or you're working regular hours, they could come be a part of that. I do feel like we have some very long days. So what if instead of concentrating on changing the land use hearings, change how we're doing workshops? Because that makes a very, very long day. Actually, I'm going to bring up the month of August, what that's going to look like for us. That's going to be very, very long days. Board meetings starting at 8 or 1. I'll see where the board falls on that, but maybe we could do something with workshops. So August 12th, as it stands now, we don't have at our regular board meeting any scheduled presentations, but we have 2 workshops in the morning, the space needs and the 5-year financial. So I had talked to Maricel about this, about seeing if we don't have any presentations to move those into presentations, because at 5:01, we have the sand mine hearing. That's going to, I think, be very long. How many hours did that take at the PDC? I always think ours is
I
longer.
was gonna say 4 hours.
Four-
Yeah.
4 hours.
We're for 4 o'clock, because we started at 1 and we finished before 5, so.
Okay, so that's gonna be very long. August 26th, we have a workshop. It's actually Commissioner Kennard, the growth. And I'm not sure if I don't know what the presentations look like that day, or if you would want a different day, but at 5:01, we have Pine Ridge Golf Course, and we know what that looked like last time, and now there's 2 groups. And I guess they had mentioned, I saw that too at the PDC, that they're saving it all up for the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm okay to put in the long days. If that's what you guys want to do in August, we probably need to talk about that also. But if we want to do something with workshops, I think we have a crazy amount lately. If we just want to have a workshop day, like a separate day, and then we nail out some workshops instead of scooting them every single board meeting, skip a few months and just have one day of education. Just my 2 cents, respectfully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
after thinking about this a bit, I've got to tell you, I'm not really in favor of changing the way that we're doing things now. If it's a long day, it's a long day. And rarely in coming up on 9 years of sitting on this board, I can tell you that I've been here, I think, twice past 9 o'clock at night. We take as much time as we need to hash these things out and ultimately vote. But if it's, the Tuesday's a long day, it's a long day. But we've got, every time that we do something like this, whether it's a regular meeting or a workshop, you're pulling staff away from the work that they're doing to come and sit out here in case the county administrator needs to call them up. The more time that we as a commission, either as a board or individually, are sitting down in front of them, they're not doing the work that we need them doing back in Lecanto. It is, there's no real nice way to say it. This board requires an awful lot of staff's time. And the more days that we spread out our work across the month, we're requiring more and more of their time. They can certainly educate us, give us information, but that's not what they're hired to do. They're hired to do specific duties, manage their departments, and when they're sitting in front of us answering questions, I'm trying not to be critical of that. That's taking away from their effective time out in their offices. So I think we keep it as it is. We put in the long day and get through it. They don't come along too terribly often.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Commissioner Kennard, with all due respect, though, you have asked for workshops also. So my suggestion of looking at workshops instead of land use hearings isn't changing the amount of time that they're giving. It's probably giving them a break. It's a less longer day for everyone. I don't think that we should be scheduling all these workshops in the morning, especially early in the morning, and then having these huge land use hearings in the evening, frankly, taking us out of the equation. It's not fair to the people standing up on the other side they've spent thousands of dollars on their application, and we've been here since 8 o'clock, and even if we get out at 9 or 8 or 8:30, that's a long day for major decisions to be made. If we got here at 1, it's still a late night, but you just haven't been inundated with all of this extra information since 8 a.m. in the morning. So I think changing workshops to a different day isn't affecting staff time at all. It's just moving it. I felt terrible after the last one. I've never, in my entire life, actually, driven home so tired, all the way to Homosassa. We've got a couple staff that drove to Homosassa, some to Ocala. I mean, that made a long night for staff who started their days at 8 o'clock. So some for staff taking us out, more for the people that come up and stand before us. They get it when we're completely shot by the time it even is 5, or if our meetings run long at 6 o'clock. If we had a land use hearing tonight, we're not hearing them till 6:30 maybe. They realize that. We started at 8. They want a better 5 people, I think, when they come up here after spending thousands of dollars. That was my point of maybe moving workshops, because then we don't hear from the public of, we're trying to move everything where it's convenient for us, and they don't get a chance to come speak in the evening about development.
Maybe be more efficient with our words from 1 to 5.
Wouldn't that be something?
Did I say that nice enough? I didn't mean that to be critical.
I love it.
I think we workshop a lot of things that, you know, if a commissioner asks for it, I go along with it. There's some workshops, honestly, just being honest, that I'm like, I don't know that we need to workshop this whole thing, but okay. Kind of go along to get along, but we do a lot of workshops.
Are we at an impasse, or did somebody want to make a suggestion? I agree with you, Commissioner Finnegan. I just, starting at 5 o'clock after you've had a day and in fairness to these people, I mean, those are some big, I think we've got some very big decisions ahead of us. And I think it's,
we could start by August 12th, just to start a conversation and look at that. Like, we have 2 workshops in the morning. Is it feasible? Can we just make those presentations, get here at 1, have our presentations, and, you know, wrap it up maybe by midnight?
Madam Chair,
yes, Commissioner Davis.
none of these are going to be perfect answers, none, and because it's going to change from month to month or meeting to meeting. I'm so happy we don't have a growth management case because I am tired right now. I liked your suggestion of starting the meeting in the morning, the regular meeting, and then doing growth management in the afternoon. I think that the public has enormous ability to contact us to let us know their feelings. It's not a perfect thing. I'd rather it be at night, but night's typically not the best thinking time regardless, because we're daytime creatures. So I don't like any of the options, but that's probably my favorite.
I look at the regular meetings, if they're at 8 a.m. If you're a working person, and you want to get here for something, it's pretty difficult to do at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like you've messed up your whole work day. So if you wanted to do something, I think 8 o'clock in the morning would be a better time to start our regular board meeting. And then we're done. I mean, if we finish up early, we don't have anything, then we have our afternoon to do other things. But that's kind of my personal pick. Commissioner Barrick?
I agree, to 8 o'clock till noon, but I really want to have a break in there at noon so that if we come back to do growth management things, we are refreshed, not from sitting here for 5 hours going over stuff, because we need to take the time. We need to refresh and get and I don't mind 8 o'clock till noon or 8 till 2, till 12:30, whatever, but we need to get at least a half hour, if not a 45-minute break, where we can get up, walk around, and do whatever, and then come back to the table so that we're refreshed and bright so we can listen to any of the growth management. And I think the growth management in the afternoon is perfect, like 1 o'clock.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
With ordinances that deal with amendments that are brought before the board regarding zoning category changes, changes to actual use, map designations of parcels and parcels of lands involving 5 continuous acres or more, there is a requirement to have one of the hearings held after 5 o'clock. There is a exception carve-out that honestly Denise might know more information about, where if the board can vote by a majority +1 to hold one of the meetings, the other meeting during the daytime, but it's an exception, not the rule, and so you have to do an extra step to get to that exception. Just putting that on the board's radar. And again,
Well, so
Denise might be the better expert on on that than
Right,
myself.
but we're, I mean, how did we get here if we're having that conversation now? Because that's a conversation her and I have had, and Hernando, many counties are doing these outside of, not after 501.
Right, and that's where the carve-out comes in handy, and that's why I said she would be more knowledgeable about that than I would be. This is just preliminary that I was able to find, because I knew this was coming up today. The carve-out does exist, and so that would be more conversation that needs to be had with Denise to know exactly how that would be implemented. So if you tried to enact something tonight, I cannot guarantee that there might be extra checks or balances that don't need to be in place before that can happen.
I think this is just a discussion, not a vote, so if we have any sort of consensus.
Would there be a consensus to at least ask Denise then when she returns if we started our board meetings at 8 a.m.? Bear in mind, if we don't finish business, if we break at noon and we have to start at 1 o'clock. If we publish those land use, we have to start those at 1. If we haven't finished regular board business, we have to finish that up after the hearing.
That's fine.
I mean, we don't do that now.
Yep, we can live with
We
that.
do, because it's, we've never had to yet.
I mean,
We've caught everything up and then started them a little bit later, but with the indulgence, but I mean, like if we were running like today, if we were 8 o'clock and we got to noon and we were gonna stop and have an hour-long break.
We actually had one meeting where we had to come back and do general business after the 501s. I remember that one.
Well, I'm curious what the email's going to look like, because I think that if we even have some sort of a consensus to do all these development changes during the day, I just have a feeling that people aren't going to be happy about that.
Let's put it out there.
I think that's a good idea. Let's put it out there.
I mean, if
Yeah.
we can have a consensus to at least see what the public input is on it, then we'll know.
I still feel like our biggest hiccup are all these workshops. That is the thing that's kind of putting the wrinkle in everything.
You mean presentations or workshops?
Workshops, because we start in the morning, which makes a very early day. So if we do have a long day, it's a very long day. If we start when we don't have workshops and we have a long day, but we start at 1, it's not as bad. Or I think what Eric had said before, I thought was a great idea. They're on a different day. You don't have a board meeting either. If you start your board meeting at 8 or you start it at 1, whatever the length of that is already a long day. So it doesn't matter what time your land use hearing gets to you. You've heard a lot. You've done a lot. You've had a lot of conversation. If it's on a completely different day, when we hear our first land use hearing, it's fresh. We start off very fresh. I just don't know. I think you had a problem accomplishing a day, right? To just separate it
We
out.
searched your calendars for days, but since we had that discussion, the statute has changed and they put a clock on land use hearings. They have to have a yes or no answer in a certain number of days.
What is this? Like, how do you have to do this now?
Now, if there's a really large one and we know it's going to bring a big crowd, we put that one on its own day. But if there are smaller ones that have applied within the same window, we're going to have to put them all on the same day, because if, say, 5 apply on the same day, they have to have an answer by the same day. So we'll probably have to have more topics on the same meeting in order to meet the state statute deadlines.
I think the 8 o'clock meeting could work. And then if you wanted to do workshops after and then put land use somewhere else, you'd always be fresh on land use hearings.
But I think in order to meet the deadline, I think we would still have to have two times a month.
Okay.
Just depending upon how it falls. If we have
I mean,
no clean. there's
maybe
no
that
clean
could work.
answer.
I
Yeah.
guess I don't know. I guess scheduling is.
Yeah, we had a hard time finding one day a month where everybody was available and this room was available. I wish I had a clear answer.
What's going on with this room?
I think it's used for a variety of other purposes other than commission meetings.
Can they be moved?
Well, I know that we're talking about potentially moving some of our uses to City Hall, so maybe things will change next year.
Well, I mean, the other people that aren't us that are using the room when you want to, can you put them somewhere else?
I know 2 times a month we have special master.
This room is used for jury selection. I'm not sure how many weeks a month that is. Believe VAB is also using this room. Code compliance is using this room twice a month, and I can't think of the other ones, but I think there's 1 or 2 more.
Honestly, I mean, I sit on VAB, I feel like it could be a smaller venue. I mean, truly, we don't have to sit here.
Madam Chair, it certainly seems like we're jumping through an awful lot of hoops here to change something or maybe to solve a problem that I'm not sure exists, but if it does exist, it's the exception, not every county commission meeting. You know, or we could limit the workshops, do 1 workshop a month. And if you want to schedule a workshop, the next available one is February of 26, or whatever, you know, whatever the next one is, so that we're not stacking them up.
Well, I think respectfully, what he's saying though is with the current law change, we may have multiple, because if they come in on the same day, then we have to have the hearing on the same day. So we may have multiple hearings all after 501.
Then I would say the rest of the agenda needs to be carefully crafted so that we can move through it efficiently and start at 501. Our meetings can function much more efficiently and be done by 5 o'clock, starting at 1 o'clock. The land use hearings, you know, can certainly be handled much more efficiently, sticking to the application that's in front of us and going through the process.
For the sake of
more
argument,
efficiently.
let's just say if this new law was in place and Pine Ridge, LKQ, and what's the other one that we just said?
Sand mine.
Sand mine. Let's say they all came in on the same day, so we have to have the hearing the same day.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3.
Hence my idea
After
for a different
501.
day.
There's no
Has-
possible way we would get through all 3 of those.
Sure there is. Sure there is. That's a rare exception. Again, you know, I hate to see us change all this around for that very, very, very rare exception to make all of these changes. But could you handle 3 land use hearings in one day at 501? Absolutely you could. Pay attention to what happened at the PDC, watch that hearing, listen to the presentation, listen to staff, listen to the public input, listen to rebuttal, and be efficient with our conversation up here, and vote up or down, send them on their way next.
We all don't agree with that. I feel like because of the law has changed, that's what makes it more important maybe for a different day, because you're right. It wouldn't be all the time, but a lot of times, I know on September 9th, we have 4 of them, which maybe they'll move quickly. I don't know which ones they are. But, you know, when people want to talk, we could be as efficient as possible, but when open to the public comes, and those hearings mean a lot to people. That's where people want to have a voice, and they will line up to do it.
Yeah, but if we cut back and do what we're supposed to do. In other words, today we had the guy come up and we kept asking him questions, stop and go and stop and go. It used to be they gave their whole presentation, and once they finished their presentation, then the questions were asked. And that's what they used to do at the 501s. The whole presentations were given, You didn't ask questions and stop the person from doing the stuff. That's what's taking our time, is the talk, yeah, and that's the thing. It's taking our time.
Sorry, it's late.
Watch one of our things and you'll see. Everybody stopping and starting and stopping and starting.
It's late, I'm punchy. Madam Chair, forgive me.
That's okay.
Chair, you set your calendar for the next year in November. Maybe if staff could figure out some days in the month for the next year. And then if we have some open spots in your calendar, then that may help the discussion. You could decide what to do with what days. So we'll keep,
I think our 501s are set right now, probably through the end of the year, right? More or less.
yeah, more or less, yeah. So if we can maybe give us a chance when you set your calendar for next year.
It'll be her problem.
Yeah. But at least maybe come November, we can have days during the month that are free and can give you guys some options to choose from, and we can go
Okay.
from there.
Well. Next item was the discussion of consolidation, or consideration, I'm sorry, of state policy proposals for submission to the Florida Association of Counties. Does anybody have anything that, come on up, please. I'll let you direct this ship.
Sure thing. Good
Chair.
evening, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, before we move on, I didn't get full clarification on the August 12th meeting, and we're finalizing that meeting. Are we keeping the workshops as is or moving them
We're
to the
keeping
1 o'clock?
everything as is right now. Thank you.
Before you jump to that, because I don't remember what time we start, but there's 0 presentations. Could those not be presentations, or you think that they're gonna be that long?
I'm gonna defer to staff and let,
We could move them to presentations.
my fear is that if we move them to a presentation inside that, then we just run right into 5 o'clock or over. I don't know what else is on the agenda for that day.
Sand mine.
I know, but my fear is that, like, if we had a workshop in the morning and then you have a bit of a break for lunch, as opposed to starting right in at 1 o'clock, and then if we have to run through our agenda, and then you start at 5:01 and maybe have to go back and catch up something else, that's my fear. It's like, if we have these workshops.
Well, Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Barrick are gonna be 2 of the most efficient commissioners at that meeting, so.
All right. I'll
say
do
leave
whatever
it
you want.
I say leave it the same.
I say move it. Let's see what the other ones say.
What's your preference? Keep them as workshops or move them into the agenda as presentations?
Keep them as workshops.
I like workshops.
Oh, there we have it.
All right.
Good evening. James Stoll, your Intergovernmental Affairs
Can you
Manager.
make it efficient?
I'm trying my best here. It's getting late, and I think meeting logistics is going to be a hard act to follow, but we'll try over here. As you know, each year the Florida Association of Counties solicits its members for policy proposals for input on their policy platform for the coming year. I know it feels like we just finished the 25 session. We're already looking towards the 26 session. We have not set our own priorities as a county. That's coming August 14th. However, just want to get a kind of temperature read from each of you, see if there's anything you would like to submit to FAC. In the past, commissioners have individually submitted policy proposals, but I think doing something as a board sends a stronger mandate from our county. So love to hear your ideas. I have a few of my own I could also share with you, but just want to get a sense of what the board's looking at.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
Again, long day, tired, so you have notes on everything that I told you about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So one is the perennial, which I first proposed several years ago, and other counties have jumped onto that as well, is making anonymous code complaints okay again. Second is EV registration. That's one I brought up first year in office as well. I'm much more comfortable making this a board consensus. I don't think it's good that we would do this individually because our county name is on it. Third is, especially in light of what just happened in Minnesota and the temperature of the political climate, I think it would be lovely if the county administrator, the assistant county administrator, county attorney, and the 5 commissioners, at least in our county, but do this statewide, can have their addresses basically the same as Leo, which is they're redacted from public records. It's too late for any of us. All of us are out there, but I'm looking for the security and safety of future boards. I think that that might be worth floating. I asked James if there's no buy-in from other counties that, I'll not push it, but a lot of times if they're talking between the counties, and I would have to get up there and defend it at FAC, or not defend it, but submit it and promote it at FAC. But, and the reason it's so early, by the way, is that we have to have all this wrapped up by December, and we have several meetings where all the counties have, typically, a lot of times there'll be 2, 3, 4, even 5 or more counties that submit very similar proposals, and then they have to collate all of those ideas and make it one cogent thing with multiple county sponsors to go forward to Tallahassee. So did I miss anything besides those 3?
No, I think you're on the ball there. I know that under Chapter 119, county attorneys are exempt currently.
They're already exempt?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
One thing I would add, just being a good partner, I'd also extend that to city managers, perhaps.
What did we say about code enforcement? Are they exempt, or code enforcement employees?
Code enforcement staff is exempt.
Okay.
But any other policies the board would like to submit to FAC?
Well, code enforcement was one too, because, you know, we're code enforcement a lot for people that are fearful. I know somebody, I don't remember who had it, and it died last year. I may watch one of my fellow commissioners' head spin around, but I still would like to see more of our pennies from our TDC money be used for things to benefit the community that we live here, our projects, whether it's still under the allowable, you know, there's museums and sports complex and shore restoration and whatever that law says. I know, I think it's the threshold's over $10 million that it opens that up and you can use more money. We're not at that threshold, and I'd like to see more money be used to the county's benefit. There'll still be advertising dollars to be used. I told you.
Well, I can give you the backstory on that if you want.
Sure.
So Monroe County has to bus their hospitality workers in from Miami-Dade. So Monroe County put forward a plea to Florida Association of Counties to back them on using some of the tourism tax dollars to basically fund workforce housing, you know, in Monroe County. And Commissioner Bays, you were there, and I'm tired. It did die a violent death, did it not? It was a very long,
Well, it
drawn-out
was that one, and then you
conversation.
also had small rural financially challenged counties that they have hardly any tourism dollars, but then they wanted to be able to take those tourism dollars and use them for economic development. And it's, I mean, it has rules to it. I mean, it's state law how you can use the dollars, and they keep trying to shift them around in different ways. And it's kind of like one of the old sayings, you know, if you put the head into Pandora's box and you start one place, it just gets out of control. And we've seen what happens in places like state of Colorado. You know, they absolutely just abolish tourism. And they have suffered financially greatly from it. So I know, I mean, tourism is the lifeline, and it's kind of the blood of Florida. I mean, I can tell you in 2010, we had roughly 80 million visitors. We're now at, 150 million visitors a year?
I'm just asking for another penny, not to.
Well, you won't get another penny.
I want to shake it up, James.
Yeah, that won't happen. I promise you that won't happen. I mean.
Not to add another penny to the tax. I mean to take what's already taxed and take one more of those pennies and put in things for the county's use. Like some of those good things that still contribute to tourism, like museums and sports complexes and shore restoration.
Well, you can do sports complexes, but that's part of why when we got to that fifth penny, there is a penny that's set aside for capital.
Right.
And so then you can do things like that.
I'm saying instead of the 1 penny set aside, 2 pennies set aside.
But the problem is that you're trying to balance that out. I mean, it's like you're advertising, you're creating economic development for tour guides and restaurant people and grocery stores and all those. I mean, when you think about the gas, I mean, it's even like having our 1 cent sales tax. If you had the 1 cent sales tax, part of that tourism is contributing back by all the numbers that come out of Tallahassee, about 27%. So 27 cents of every dollar that would come out of that penny would come from tourism. It's a give back. I mean, we could literally say, if you would vote to put 1 penny of sales tax into our community, you could go back and say, we will roll back our ad valorem by that 27 cents
Well,
and
we're
give it
talking
back.
about something completely different.
But you're giving it back.
Right, but residents are paying for that too. You asked. I mean, he asked, so instead of 1 penny set aside for projects, I'd love to see 2 pennies set aside for projects, and that 100% comes from tourism, 0% normally from people that live here, and we get more capital projects to benefit both. Sales tax is the opposite. Everybody pays, and it could benefit the county. This way, mostly tourists really do pay, and it benefits both tourism and the people that live here. That's my 2 cents. Get it?
That was good. Appreciate it. Anything else from the board? All right, I think that's it.
Is there anything I'm thinking out loud today, sitting here talking about I know the state's given us like $50 million on Save Crystal River and the restoration, but when we talk about these septic to sewer conversions, if the counties that are going all in and we're doing the things that we need to do to try to drop down nutrient load, is there a way to get the state to look at us more favorably on these water projects and get more dollars back to reinvest into the community as opposed to the counties? If only 18 counties have signed on to do these type ordinances, should we try to look if there's something more favorable that we can get out of that and the counties that are not doing it get less?
I mean, I certainly couldn't make any guarantees. I think it bolsters your narrative. You're saying that you're being cutting edge by getting on board with these other small minority of counties. So I think as far as making your case to agencies for additional funding, it's absolutely helpful, but is it necessarily a deal breaker? That depends on the folks reviewing the application.
Just would be nice if we could get other counties to jump on board, because I don't care if you have a first magnitude of springs or not. I think there's still some merit to doing the right thing.
We can certainly look at doing some regional advocacy, talking to some of our neighboring counties. I know Sierra Club's been talking to Marion County. I don't know if they've broken into Levy County. Certainly it's, as they referenced, Hernando County, but we could do some outreach.
All right.
I got one thing to say.
Commissioner Barrick.
This is gonna be short and sweet. The FAC sent me stuff, it sent stuff to each one of the commissioners. I think that if Commissioner Bays wanted to bring this forward, she should have brought it forward. We don't need somebody else taking it to the state, because we're discussing it. If you wanted to send the stuff, or if Commissioner Davis wanted to send the stuff, fine. But what we need to do is have these discussions without having, there's no reason to have somebody else up here. And
What are you referring to, having somebody else up here?
Having intergovernmental affairs.
That's his job. I mean, that's how we get to where we're
And
going.
we don't need intergovernmental affairs. We have the job of commissioner, and we get the information sent to us.
Madam Chair.
So I'm done for the day.
Point of order, seriously.
That is.
We have an ordinance on the book.
I'm going to say this because I think
About
this is,
non-interference.
first of all, the board has 2 employees. That's the county administrator and the county attorney. And all the employees work for the administrator, with the exception of legal. We are to give direction of what we want, what either it's budget or staffing, what we think, and that should be discussed with the administrator. That is not for us to determine. We should never get down in the weeds and start telling the administrator who we should hire and who we shouldn't. If you want to have that conversation privately with the administrator and then have a discussion about it, great. But we shouldn't be in the middle of telling departments about budgets and breaking it down to staff members. That is just irresponsible. That is the way the local government is designed, that the administrator is in charge of his employees, not the commissioners.
It's also in defiance of our non-interference ordinance, which opens you up to things that you don't want to experience.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So I do have one other, so to wrap this up, for the love of Christmas, are we going to do a board consensus on what we are putting together forward to FAC, or are we all just gonna do our own thing?
No, we have to have a board consensus. We have no business taking something to FAC to lobby the state without board consensus.
Thank you, I completely agree. So, is everyone on board with not having anonymous code complaints?
Yes.
Okay, or having anonymous code complaints? Is everybody on board with EV registration?
Yes.
Is everyone on board with county administrator, assistant administrator, and the board having their addresses redacted?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we got those three.
Thank you.
You didn't mention mine.
I don't think there's a consensus.
Do we
But
have a
that's up to you to pitch
consensus
it.
to change the 1 penny for capital to 2 pennies to capital?
No.
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
I don't think it goes anywhere, but.
Let's try. I think it's good for the community.
Yeah, I agree if the community wants it.
Okay. Madam Attorney, you have anything? Last open to the public.
All right, Curtis Bryant Lecanto. I have solutions this time for things, so good things. So we talked about the changing of the different meetings and just some different ideas. Going to Commissioner Barrick's point of view, if you guys, on the land use cases, if you stick to your policies, the quasi-judicial has a process. All of the attorneys for these developers know the process. That will significantly speed up your time. So now you get 30 minutes per applicant per side of the thing. And then obviously big cases have the open to public, which should drag on a little bit. But that will help speed up some time there. Remember that it's their job to present the evidence on how it fits into your land development code and your comp plan. It's your job to take that evidence and determine how it fits and if it fits correctly. It's not necessarily a back and forth to negotiate how that works. If they find that you guys aren't approving of it, they can ask for continuance. You guys can grant that continuance. They can bring it back to you at a later point in time. 491, the signalization of 491, I agree that we need to get it done. I will check, or I would implore you guys to check with the Metro Development agreement that you guys have in place, because I believe with, like Commissioner Finnegan was saying, that I think they are responsible for some of the monies for the 491 light as part of their development agreement with you guys. So I'd hate to see the county front all the money and then they get out of paying whatever it is that they're supposed to be paying. So if that is true, and I'm correct on that, I would implore you to negotiate with them to see if they can front some of that money for that project. Going back to the cell phone issues, to answer some of, to address Commissioner Davis there, if you talk to your county attorney, there's 3 cases recently that came up, one in Tallahassee, one in Sarasota, one in Manatee, where citizens sued the county because of text messages on private cell phones. So I think if you guys reference those, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars for the counties to defend them. They all settled. They all hired a company through Verizon that monitors their cell phones. So similar to a email, if you get a text message on your cell phone, it gets archived automatically as part of that. And then I was kind of sad to see Commissioner Kennard pull his item, but I think it's good for the attorney to be here for that. But I want to expand a little bit on that. The form that you provided for that gives good groundwork or good foundation for exposing ex parte communication. I would ask you guys to look at making it more of a summary thing rather than just check boxes. So on the form, they just checked off, hey, I talked to them about transportation or whatever it was. Put on there a summary aspect and require their commissioners to put a summary in there. Hey, we talked about transportation, we talked about this, because then it makes it a little bit more burdensome for the commissioner. And then on the back end of that, as a result of being more burdensome, you guys are going to be less likely to want to have ex parte communication because now you've got to summarize everything, put it in words and all those things. So that will satisfy some of the issues that the citizens have with ex parte communication and knowing what's going on, and then it would remove you guys a little bit, make it a little bit more burdensome for you guys to make you not want to do that to begin with. So bring that forward again when you guys have your next meeting and kind of consider that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Man, you guys have been sitting there all day. You don't have something you want to say?
We were here for the land use case. We thought it was today. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. All right. Well, if nothing else, we are adjourned.